one pro wakeboarder got mad at another pro wakeboarder, and it ultimately caused the police to spray tear gas into the bar.
I just want to say thank you to all the Patreon subscribers. Your guys' support really helps keep this podcast going. It means a lot, so thank you to everyone who's on the Patreon. If you guys are interested in supporting the podcast, joining the Patreon is a great way to do that, as well as supporting the brands that support this podcast. That's also a great way to help support. Without further ado, hope you guys enjoy this episode of the Grab Matters podcast.
I approve waterboarding. They're talking about wakeboarding. The thing about wakeboarding, every trick is an invert.
Backside.
One side, air railing.
A new dimension.
We're back. Another episode of the Grab Matters podcast. Today we welcome on a very special guest, Quinn Silvernale. How's it going?
It's going spectacular, Hunter. Thank you for having me.
You're absolutely. We got to give a little thank you to Wes, because I'm sure all the viewers are looking. This is definitely a different backdrop, different setup. I'm currently redoing the studio in the current spot, so figured I might as well shoot up to Valdosta, get some laps at one of the greatest wake parks ever made.
Thank you.
And do a couple podcasts here. So we got Quinn on. We're going to get into a lot today with Quinn Silvernale. That's without a doubt. So we started off with a couple quick questions. Wakepants, yes or no?
I'm going to go with very controversial answer here. Pants while riding? Absolutely. I don't really like the wake pants thing. I don't really like the wake in front of things all the time.
Okay.
I think it's kind of why other board sports don't really like us.
But you have snow pants.
Yeah, we do. These would be water pants.
Okay. So what you're saying is a rebrand.
Yeah, a little rebrand. I think in a lot of different things. I think the wake, nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
A little overdone.
Okay.
A little bit.
Water pants.
Water pants. Or
I
just
could
pants.
absolutely get behind that. Or pants.
Riding pants.
Okay.
Whatever you like.
Yeah, that's.
You
but
can call them wake
the
pants,
idea, yes. The name, no.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And whatever you like. You don't have to wear them. If you don't like them, I get it. If you don't, if you like them, I also get it. You should rock them.
Fair enough. So you were already alluding to another thing that I want to talk about. It was, you think that we overdo it a little bit, is what it sounds like.
A little.
Okay, let's dive into that before we even get into this podcast, because now you got me. I'm curious.
I don't know. I've always, even like growing up, the term like, even when I was riding behind the boat, I just like was uncomfortable like telling people who I respected in other board sports that it was called wakeboarding, because it just seemed so like a word that people don't know outside of boat people. And not that there's anything wrong with knowing it or being a boat person, but to me it was just like so exclusive. And I never really liked the wake anything. Like I like what we do. I know it's called wakeboarding.
Yeah.
but to me it was like we really missed out on waterboarding. It sucks that they took that and turned it into a terrible torture mechanism.
Yep.
But we're stuck with it. I get it. I'll take it. But
Fair enough. I mean, I agree. I prefer the term. If it was in a perfect world, waterboarding would be way more applicable, right?
And exactly.
Snowboarding.
And I think everybody else would like, it wouldn't be as like abrasive to the other board sports to where it's like wakeboarding. Like, it's like you're surfing, you're snowboarding, you're skateboarding, you're waterboarding. It's like, oh, I know that waterboarding stuff. I've seen that before. Like, but wakeboarding, it's just too, I don't know. It's just a weird thing.
Okay.
I don't know.
Anything else in that little rabbit hole? Because I feel like there might be a couple other things in that.
It goes deep, man. Everything goes deep with me, but I think it's just a weird thing. I've always been a little like self-conscious about it since I was a kid.
Yeah.
Like even just telling people, even when I explain it, like cable riding to people who don't know what it is, I tell them it's like snowboarding on water.
Yeah.
Or like skateboarding on water for wake skating.
That makes sense, because when it comes to wake, it's like a lot of people aren't super familiar with like boating and like, or they are, but they don't know a boat makes a wake, and then you have the wake that you board on, wakeboarding. Mm-hmm. Even water skiing makes more sense, dude, than like, Okay.
Yeah.
You might have just made a conversion right here.
Like ski boarding actually kind of works out too, because you know what water skiing is, and then you turn it ski boarding. But you know, that's not much better, I wouldn't say either.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just think back in the day that there used to be a lot more stigma in like other board sports against wakeboarding, and now I think with just the times, people are more accepting of just kind of like do your thing and enjoy what you do, and I'm cool with it. So it's gotten a lot better. But I think back in the day, I don't know who ruined it, but like maybe back when they had X Games, like some wakeboarders might have gone a little too crazy at some parties, and some snowboarders and skateboarders and surfers and whoever else were like, those wakeboarders are kind of like douchebags. I don't know. Not my friends who have been doing this for decades, who are legends, who I love and adore. Probably just some guy.
Well, and because I agree with this point, and I talk to people a lot about this because I grew up in the Midwest, and there's snowboarding and wakeboarding because it's, you know, summer and winter. You do both. People can do both sports. I sit on a chairlift all winter growing up, and I love wakeboarding as a kid. And I talk about it here and there, and like all I overhear every time wakeboarding is brought up is like, "Oh, wakeboarding's stupid. Wakeboarding's whack. Wakeboarding's dumb." Like, I don't know where that came from.
Yeah,
because it doesn't really make sense. Because like, yeah, it's on water, so maybe it hurts a little bit less. But like, dude, you'll take way gnarlier slams on a wakeboard than you will on a snowboard sometimes. Like, if they're available to take, is what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, it's not like it's not going to happen.
It can be just as gnarly.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I think, back to that point, I think that it's like the stigma of it. I think everybody associates it with like the rich person, like having the boat and this and that. But when it started, the boats were like cheaper than your like Honda Civic. You know, it's like not that crazy. So like it can't just be that. Like there is definitely some of that, but I think it has to do with like the demographic of the people, not the economic demographic, you know, to an extent.
Yeah.
To where it started, at least, you know.
There was definitely something going on in the early days for whatever reason why other board sports looked differently at wakeboarding. Like that's undeniable. Mm-hmm. So but it has gotten significantly better. For sure. With the help of a lot of people. I think Zeb's a huge one. All these snowboarders who wakeboard, and just wakeboarders who make wakeboarding look good too. Like,
for sure.
So.
And do other things too. Like, you know, a lot of these, you know, not just the guys who are professional, but a lot of wakeboarders are super talented at other board sports, and they get out there and people are like, dang, you rip. What else do you do? And, you know, whatever you talk about when you're just hanging. And it's like, oh yeah, I wakeboard. And then they're probably like, whoa, I thought wakeboarding was lame or whatever. So I don't know. It's growing. I mean, as a sport, maybe not, but as a mindset, I think people are more accepting, and it's eventually going to be growing.
As long as I think the mindset is a big thing, and a lot of people talk about like, well, we don't care what other sports think of our sport, and like, yeah, at a certain aspect, like maybe it doesn't matter, but it also really does matter, I think, because like the mindset has to be there to have like the general public want to do something that's cool and perceived as cool. And if wakeboarding isn't necessarily perceived as cool within all the other board sports, then it's tough. Right. We went down this rabbit hole quick. That was
quick.
Love
I told you. Could be the longest one to date. I took my watch off for a reason.
All right. Let's keep it moving with favorite grab.
I thought a lot about this. And I'm going to have to just say, like, I know it's kind of a cop-out, but a tail grab, because of all the different ways you can shifty it and, like, incorporate it. Like a backside shifty tail grab, like, nothing is sicker to me. I mean, there are things sicker, but for just a grab, it's so sick. And then if you frontside shifty it and get it,
you can yoink it up there, dude.
Oh, like get it on your chin, bite it. It's sick.
You ever bitten a tail grab?
I've bitten a nose grab or a crail.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the most biteable.
Yeah.
If we're ranking biteable grabs, crail is easy number one. That's a 1-1.
Cam Nemeth was the first one to do the Cookie Monster, as we call it.
Yeah. Where's he at these days?
Hawaii.
Yeah.
He's insane. But
surfing.
He's just living the dream.
So, favorite grab, that's a good one, tail. It's a classic. I mean, you can't go wrong with a tail grab.
Yeah.
Why don't you think more riders from Florida come up to Valdosta to ride?
I think it's like a complacency syndrome, or almost like you get so used to what you know that you just like really settle in with and they have such like a big culture down there. It's like hard to leave, you know, like same kind of reason why I don't go to a lot of other parks all the time. Obviously I have other obligations like a cable park, but and then if I'm not there, I'm usually winching or with my family or something. But
yeah.
I think it's hard to like get yourself out of your comfort zone. And I wish they would more. They definitely come up, but I think that it's very comfortable down there. And when you're getting really good riding stuff that you're really comfortable with, it's hard to kind of step out of that routine, you know? And when you're in that routine with a bunch of other people in that routine and you kind of get things rolling, it's like a big step to just do a quick trip, you know?
Yeah, and I'll paint the picture here for the people who aren't super familiar with the geographic locations of these. Orlando, which is kind of primarily what I'm talking about, but Florida as a whole. Orlando's like 3 roughly hours from Valdosta, which is in southern Georgia. So a quick-ish trip, day trip. I mean, it's definitely not down the road, but it's not super far. And just a curious question I had, because I made that drive today, and I was thinking to myself, I was like, 3 hours is long. It's definitely not doable. So
it's essentially one road the whole way.
It's a super easy drive. Yeah,
Orlando's
straight up
2
and down.
roads, but Tampa's 1 road.
Really? You just take 75?
75 all the way.
There you go.
I mean, you get on I-4 for 1 mile or 1 exit.
Sure.
Like that was, McCormick's was my home full cable when I was in college. And, half the time I'd just drive for a day by myself, just super early morning, go down, ride all day, get in the car, drive back. 3 hours there, 3 hours back. Yeah. Super easy. But times are different. People are like, oh my God, it's 3 hours. Like, oh, I'm not trying to drive 3 hours. And it's like, I don't know. Back then I was like, you could tell me 5 hours and I would have done it. Yeah. To ride. It didn't matter what. They could have just had a winch on a beach or something and I would have been like down just because it wasn't so accessible. But yeah, now there's 4 cables in Orlando and 1 in between Orlando and Tampa, 1 in Tampa.
1 in between closed, ECP. That's the one. But yeah, there's quite a few cables down there. The lift. That's north to Tampa though, right? North.
Something like that.
There's a lot of cables there, but they are all pretty similar in the sense of feature wise, which we can get into in a little bit later. A little bit actually. And we will dive into features and stuff.
We could dive deep. Before we get much further. I got a little gift bag for you because I couldn't leave you empty-handed.
Love it.
When you're going through there, maybe start with the soft and work your way up to the hard.
This isn't a little gift bag, by the way, for the listeners.
Some of this is like,
it's kind of
I hope will end up on the wall of the studio.
The soft thing you said first.
Soft things first, hard things last.
Oh boy, we got stuff falling out of this thing, dude.
Oh yeah.
Sticker, yeah.
Yeah, we got some random little stickers, VWC stickers.
Is this a patch? What is this?
Those are yard sale 3 patches.
Oh, throwing it back.
Iron-ons as well. And that's my dog, rest in peace, Brocco.
R.I.P.
He's the logo.
Dude, I remember meeting Brock. He was a chill ass
Legend.
Dog, dude.
Yeah, absolute legend.
We got a hat.
Yard sale 5 hat.
Yard sale 5. Hoop mop.
Hoop mop.
What else we got in here?
On the graphic.
So I'm going to use this as a belt. I don't know what, these are shoelaces, right?
Yep. So I gave you 2 because I was like, you're either going to use them as one belt together maybe because they're kind of narrow or like short, or you're going to use them as 2
Funny
shoelaces.
story about this actually. So I have running shoes that I pretend I like to run sometimes. And I needed a belt one night because I don't use belts. I use shoelaces, obviously. And so I took the shoelace out, and then I don't know what happened to the belt. So now I have one shoelace in my shoe, and then the other one doesn't have it. So I can't run with them. So it's been a great excuse for I should go for a run this morning. Man, I just need that shoelace. I don't have it.
I think I'm going to eat an extra bacon, egg, and cheese
instead. Yeah. All right. We're moving through this bag. We got a Valdosta Wake. Oh, this is Coalition and Valdosta.
Yep. Okay. Collab. Water camo. You don't see it enough.
Well, dude, I put this on. They won't see me out there.
Exactly. In the water.
Put this over my Coast Guard approved vest.
Have you ever seen Surf Ninjas?
Nope. I don't think so.
You should check it out. Is it
a full movie? What are we looking at here?
It's a movie. Ernie Reyes
Speaking
Jr.
of
Rob
movies.
Schneider.
Speaking of movies.
That's just the case.
Okay. Well, I have the
That's
movie,
for the
so-
studio. I figured you had it, and if you didn't, I would get you.
Yeah, no, this is needed for the studio, so that'll be
I
good.
didn't have many USBs left
To put in
that I
there.
could find.
Oh. Cover. This will go in. I mean, I have this. It's somewhere in that big pile of thing.
I figured you needed a custom.
Quinn's cover, Alliance, of course. I actually we watched this part today. Frontside wall ride. Frontside wall ride, yeah.
Mega drop.
Mega drop.
It was like twice as big.
Who
as
shot
we
that? Jeff shot that?
Jeff
Mathis?
Jeff shot that. His first shot as an Alliance photographer, actually.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That was the first trip. He talked about that.
I think he might have got the job while he was on that trip.
I believe that is correct. Can fact check that on his podcast. But
this one's pretty special here, right here.
Wow. This is sick. This is a Shredtown Jamboree official invitation. I'll take a picture of this and put it in so it can be better on the camera. But wow. 1 of 24.
Yep. 1 of 24.
So you're the first one invited? Is that how that works?
Just like 1 of the 24. They all said that.
Oh.
But yeah.
One of the best park riders.
At
that would
end
make
of the
sense
day,
that they wouldn't
I was
rank
the
them.
first one. For sure, they ranked me number 1.
Yeah.
I did win. I did win. Best trick or best line. Actually.
Yeah. So it stands up, dude. You won at 24.
Number 1 of 24.
Wow, that's sick. That's definitely going up. I mean, can I put that up though? I didn't do it. I wasn't.
You just tell
guy.
people that's Quinn's invitation. Boom.
Okay.
Certified.
If I ever get,
it's got your name on the. It's like I wrote you a little thing so you can, if anybody gives you shit, you can be like, it's a gift.
Yeah, gift. Okay. Wow. Thank you so much. That is awesome.
For sure.
This was sick. Yeah, that's awesome. And it will be going in the studio without a doubt. Let's move into the early days of Quinn Silvernale. So where did you grow up initially?
I grew up in Lakeville, Minnesota. I lived there till I was like 8 years old, and then we moved to Roswell, Georgia, just north of Atlanta when I was 8. My parents had a cabin up in like central Minnesota, so we spent all of our summers, the entire summer up there, pretty much until I graduated high school. And yeah, I learned how to ski, snow ski, and water ski when I was 2 years old in Minnesota. And it was my dad kind of, him and his brothers and sisters grew up just like screwing around behind boats down in like the middle of nowhere, Minnesota, like town of like 300 people called Curry, Minnesota. And they would like just barefoot slalom ski and do all that stuff growing up. So we had a sick boat when I was a kid. It was called a ski eliminator. And that's what I learned how to.
It's a sick name for a boat, dude.
Yeah. Closed bow, had like the 4 or 5 little holes, like the vent holes for the engine. I think it was all cosmetic. I don't think it had function.
Adds a couple horsepower for sure.
It was for sure. slows the boat down just a little bit. But yeah, so it was pretty sweet. The lakes up there, pretty incredible. I'm sure Michigan's probably got all of them.
Same kind of vibe.
Same vibe. It's so sick. The lake culture up there is awesome. So we're pretty hooked on it. And then the summers, obviously, like me and my cousins would just be on the lake all the time. When I got a little bit older, my dad would kind of like work out a deal where I had like a certain amount of chores I had to do before I was allowed to go wakeboard or ski or whatever. And then that kind of like just lasted until my parents eventually sold that place. But when I got into college, it was like harder for me to go up there in the summers and stuff like that. So yeah, there's some good times up there for sure.
So you're there till you're 8 in Minnesota,
Mm-hmm.
correct? So you get a little bit of exposure to getting yanked behind the boat,
Mm-hmm.
but it sounds like it's just that kind of messing around on the water, or is there any point where you're like doing slalom skiing seriously, or like busting out the scurfer? Like,
we didn't really have a scurfer. I was pretty stoked on slalom skiing. I think like by the time I was like 10 or 11, I was like doing pretty good turns, but like never had run a course or anything like that. There wasn't really a course like that I can remember on our lake growing up. But my dad was like really good at slalom skiing and barefooting and stuff. and anything really on the water. But I think like probably when I was in like, I guess we'd maybe already moved to Georgia. When I was in like 3rd or 4th grade, my parents found a wakeboard on the side of the road, and I swear they gave it to my older sister as like a birthday or Christmas present, because she was like the kind of the rebel of the kids, you know? And so she was like not stoked on the slalom skiing and all that stuff, or skiing in general. So
Interesting.
like,
The older sister was like the more rebellious, I'm going to do the board thing, not the ski thing.
Kinda, yeah.
Kind of sick.
But then, yeah, and then she got that, and then once she started doing that, I think like before they got it, my second cousin or something like that, like my dad's cousins came out and they had a wakeboard, and I remember it was a Crown wakeboard that they brought, and I was like, this is sick. It was like old school board company, and I learned how to get up, I think, on that wakeboard maybe, and didn't have one after that. They found this wakeboard. It was an old O'Brien Shredder directional. Like, I still have it in my basement. I should have brought that too.
That would have been sick.
The graphic was like a hand with a giant block of cheese going across a cheese grater, and then on the bottom was like the cheese coming through the cheese grater. But they found it on the side of the road, I guess, gifted it to my sister for Christmas or her birthday, I think. And then she was kind of into that, and then I kind of like stoked on it, sort of absorbed that, like, that's mine, and got really stoked on it. And my dad, me, and my cousin Andy were pretty much like, he would be out there in Minnesota when I'd be up there in the summertime. He'd come and stay with us for, weeks at a time or something like that. And that was pretty much like the crew, and we had no idea what we were doing at all. And it was like, I like truly didn't know that wakeboarding was a sport. So I didn't know there's like videos or magazines,
a whole culture
any
to
of that
it,
stuff. This is post Scurfer, so like it's been around for quite some time.
Yeah.
And so we were like, we got to take this fin off so we can do a 360 off this wake. Like, we're gonna learn a 360 today. We just got to make sure this fin gets off of here so we can like pre-spin off the wake.
Slip this thing
Just
around.
Eating shit all day, sandal bindings, not the right move. So yeah, eventually, I don't think I'm skipping anything important really wakeboard wise, but eventually I think we were already living in Georgia, and I was probably eighth grade maybe. And we went up to the cabin for the summer, and my aunt's husband's nephew or something came out, and he was sponsored by Gator Boards, and they had just come out. First year Gator Boards existed, and they kind of had a vibe going in Minnesota, like a lot of representation up there. And this dude, he was rocking like that white Ricky G board, had like smoke graphic on it, and he came out and was just like doing Rayleighs and back rolls, tantrums, scarecrows. Just blew my mind. People can flip on this stuff. Like, it was crazy to me because I'd never seen anything at that point.
So on that lake, it was just you guys pretty much? There wasn't
wakeboarding wise.
There wasn't like a bunch of boats going by with people doing flips and stuff. It was just
we were like the top of the wakeboard community on that lake. Like, there was boats. There's it wasn't a huge lake, but there's a lot of houses with boats and stuff.
Yeah.
But nobody was really wakeboarding. It was
They're all just tubing or
skiing,
maybe some kneeboarding here and there.
Definitely kneeboarding. I remember my dad. I remember him and somebody was filming with like an old VHS camera, like big tape, not mini tape.
Yeah.
And my dad learned like a back roll on a kneeboard back in the day.
Is that called a back roll?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Flip,
side flip, barrel roll.
Something like that. And it was like the world ended that day. It was like, whoa, my God, my dad just did a flip on a kneeboard. But, it was like there's no wakeboarding on the lake. That was the extent of it. So we were isolated completely. And, so this guy came out. I had to have been like 8th grade, I think. maybe going into 9th grade. And he taught me how to do a tantrum. And I was like, okay, I'm about to be a pro wakeboarder, like dead serious. And yeah, so we went out and we had had that shredder was retired by that point, that first board, all the insert. We ripped out every insert on the board.
From trying those 360s, dude, you're getting yanked out.
Yes. Also, butter 180s, impossible. Couldn't do it. Never. My other cousin, Marcus or something, yeah, I think it was Marcus. He could just go back and forth. I'm just like, you must be a wizard. What are you doing? There's this huge skag on the bottom of this board. And he's just, I could not do it. Just and rip an insert out. And so we ruined that board. Finally, it was all like Overton's magazine to get our boards and stuff. So we got like an O'Brien Evil Twin, which was like the twin tip, squared off on each end. And we ripped every insert out of that. We rip an insert out, move the bindings out, rip an insert out, move the bindings out. Just, whatever.
Go where you can.
Yeah, whatever's available, we'll take it. And finally, that one was toast. Learned the back or the tantrum. And so it was like, I think there's like one set of inserts left on that board. And it was like, all right, we're going to get a real wakeboard. So we went to some shop in Minnesota, and I got a Gator board Phantom, which only existed the first year that they like got
Vintage.
rid of that board. Yeah, I don't have it anymore. But yeah, it was so sick. So once we got that, it was kind of on. Started like online. The internet was like popping off more and more. It had been around, but it wasn't like I was, looking for stuff on the internet at that point. So started doing some digging, kind of got into like the eBay side of things eventually, and was like buying old wakeboards that like people were selling, like Hyperlight Premiers and random stuff. It was like whatever I could afford that was like $50 or $100 or something. It was like, yes, I always wanted that board. And so yeah, we would rip those bad boys and eventually just kind of started learning some stuff, but it was very long time of just tantrums.
Yeah.
Tantrums.
So did you have like a solid crew when you're wakeboarding? It sounds like with your family and your cousins and stuff, but I'm guessing they weren't into wakeboarding as much as you were, in the sense of like you were the one trying to do it all the time. Didn't have maybe a solid like crew of riders on the lake where, you go pick somebody up. Hey, let's go wakeboarding, progress each other. Did you have that or no?
Never. It was like just me and my cousin Andy. And if he wasn't there, just me and my dad. And, my dad was super stoked on me being stoked on it because, he grew up on the water. So that was like pretty much it for so long. Even after when we moved to Georgia, it was like I'd bring friends with me.
Yeah.
But I played football for 12 years. So it was like since like 3rd grade till I graduated, that was like the other dream. But
I didn't know that you played football that long.
oh yeah, I was going to be the first pro football / pro wakeboarder. 1,000%.
Okay, what position did you play? Football, American football.
Free safety, wide receiver. But
how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
Okay.
But yeah, like I played every position. I like, starting in like elementary school, middle school, high school. It's like I literally played.
They moved the kid around. You got it all.
Every single position.
Yeah.
But my favorite position was free safety for sure.
So were you like, you said you were serious? Were you thinking about going to college and play football, or like what was the deal with that?
Yeah, that was the plan. I was super into it. If I would have played, so in high school, I kind of had a falling out with the varsity defensive backs coach, and I was always way better at defense, but I was good at offense. I was a good receiver. I could play whatever. I was obsessed with football and also obsessed with wakeboarding, but like equal obsessions. And so I had like a falling out with this defensive backs coach because I was a freshman and I collapsed the arch in my foot. I don't think it was wakeboarding. I did it another time wakeboarding, but I think this was from somebody falling on my foot when I was like laying down. And so I wasn't supposed to run after practice. This coach told me not to. And then one of the seniors was all upset that I wasn't running the gassers after practice. And I'm the kind of person who, if you are just telling me something because you think you can just tell me something, I'm not going to do it, and I'm going to be a dick about it. And this guy was like, I'm a senior. You need to listen to me, and, like, you need to be running. And I'm like, that coach right there told me not to run today. And he's like, don't talk to me like that. I'm a senior. And I'm like, I don't care who you are. My arch is collapsed, you know? So that didn't work out great because that coach ended up pulling me aside and basically like reprimanding me for not doing what that guy said, even though he told me not to do it. So for sophomore and junior year, I didn't play any defense. I just played offense because I didn't want to deal with that guy. Yeah. He literally was, of all the years I played football, he was the only coach where I almost quit because, like, I walked off the field and they, like, talked me back into playing. But I was, like, through my helmet, and I was, like, basically, like, fuck you. Like,
yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, like, he was just being a dick, and the upperclassmen in that age group, for some reason, we just, like, did not get along. And, yeah, but then my senior year, we got a whole new coaching staff. I got to play football again, and I had a really good year personally. But the team, we were like in all 1-score games and lost 9 of 10. Oof. We were 1-9.
Team's not going to be getting a lot of looks, probably.
Exactly. And so my coach at the end of my senior year, I was first team all region. I was the only one that he was trying to get like recruited to play college. And my best opportunity was a preferred walk-on. Well, there were some other opportunities, but a preferred walk-on at Valdosta State University. And he was like, and this is like the one thing that I really regret, is he told me basically, I know you're really into wakeboarding and you're like probably pursuing that, but if you want to pursue this football thing, I need to make you a highlight tape and I can get you this preferred walk-on thing at Valdosta. Because I had some like potential scholarships at like smaller schools, and Valdosta's like Division I AA or something like that. And I told him, I had to think about it, but I told him eventually, like, I'm going to do this wakeboard thing. And I really just wish I told him I was going to do it, so I at least had the highlight tape.
That would have been sick to have the highlight tape, dude.
It's a bummer. But, yeah, it broke his heart because it was his first year as a head coach, and he was a good coach. One of my teammates is the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks right now, Mike McDonald.
Just became.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. I have a picture that I found the other day that is like the one game we won that year. It's like our whole team and me and Mike standing right next to each other, and we're like celebrating or whatever in this picture. But yeah, so it was kind of a bummer season. Mike actually couldn't play that whole season because he had stingers, and then tore his ACL on the last play of the last practice before the last game where he was finally going to play. But turns out he was fine.
You still talk to him at all?
No, I haven't talked to him in years, but we were really good friends. We played football since middle school together.
Yeah.
But
okay, so we're talking college. Do you go to Valdosta State University? What's this post-high school landscape life looking for you now that you've decided, all right, not going to do the football thing, even though the highlight tape would have been sick. I'm going wakeboarding. What's this path looking like?
So I decided to go to Valdosta State because it was the closest college to Orlando, and that was in state. And in Georgia, they have this thing called the Hope Scholarship. And back then, if you had a 3.0 in high school, all your college was paid for if you went in state.
Really?
I think it might be a 3.5 now, but back then it was a 3.0.
Okay.
So, it's like paid for by the lottery funds. So when people pay for the lottery, the money goes towards this. So yeah, I got the Hope Scholarship, went to Valdosta State because it was the closest school to Orlando, and they had a sick wakeboard club at the time. And turns out my backyard neighbor in Roswell was one of the main people who ultimately became kind of like the president of the club. But him and I were not friends in high school at all. He was like driving a lifted truck with a rebel flag, and his little brother was like a little shithead. He was a couple years younger than me. His sister was like a year older than me. And if anything, I was like maybe closer with his little brother because I knew at a certain point that they wakeboarded, but I was like the whole like lifted truck. I was not about like that whole.
Doesn't matter what you do. Yeah, that's not.
I was just like not cool. Like I don't care. You're in your truck, whatever. So ends up, long story short, him and I became like best friends. So I go to Valdosta, and that was Chris Moore. He's the one who had this. It was a Jeep. He still has it. Still has the same Jeep. He's a Jeep guy. But I ended up going to Valdosta. Chris had become the president of the wakeboard club, and all of the gangster wakeboarders who were down here left the year that I came. So it was like Brett and Brandon Lee, who are from Atlanta also, Rhett Watley, who is like, I think somebody talked about him on this podcast, but he's like a prodigy. Like, he was in the Mastercraft commercial that was on TV as like a 14-year-old kid or something, and he was insane. And I'm trying to think if there's anybody else, but that's like the main 3 big dogs that were here. I didn't really know them, but I knew that they had a gangster team, and I get down here and it's like, well, everybody left, but we're all here still. So
Yeah,
it was still like, turned out to be so sick. Like, Chris and I got super close, which is ironic because we literally lived in each other's backyard in Atlanta, and ended up doing a lot of cool stuff down here. And yeah, it really kind of, I guess, shaped what we're doing now without realizing it. You know, we were just college kids trying to find any way to wakeboard. But
so you're in college. Are you doing contests? Like, are these boat contests that you're kind of doing as part of the club, or is the club just more about wakeboarding together, not so much contest based?
It started as like kind of trying to keep it as like a club thing, and doing contests and stuff where, you know, I guess to rewind a little bit, I did a lot of INT contests growing up, I guess in like high school.
Okay.
And so my parents ended up getting a place in South Carolina that was a little closer. So when we weren't up in Minnesota, which was like such a trek, we would go to South Carolina, and like the cabin in Minnesota is kind of like the family thing. All the other extended family, everybody still lives up there. That was kind of like they were taking care of it. And so my parents got like a tiny little place in South Carolina on Lake Hartwell. So INT didn't have anything going on in Georgia when I was in high school. We ended up going and like finding these INT South Carolina contests. So I would do a bunch of those, and I would get, you know, like second or third. And
what kind of tricks are we talking?
When I'm doing those contests, probably front rolls, scarecrows, back rolls, tantrums, 180s.
Okay.
No 360s. No backside 180s.
Yeah, those are tricky on the boat. I mean,
Yeah.
those are the base tricks. Scarecrow, front roll, tantrum, back roll. Like those are the solid base tricks to learn. The next level is definitely significantly more difficult, in my opinion. So you're in college. You kind of graduate college, or assuming you graduate college.
I did.
Okay, congratulations.
Yes.
What was your degree in?
Mass media.
Mass media?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Video production.
Video production, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So after college, after this, you know, college wakeboard club, I'm assuming you're riding quite a bit, at least, behind the boat, winching in some
Mostly
ditches.
winching by the end.
Okay.
So it was like in college, the beginning was like, so that INT thing was leading into, we got sponsored by a marina in Atlanta, me and Chris. And so they required that we did these INT contests. And so we did all these INT contests for like a year or two. And we ended up, you know, I would get like third, Chris would get second, and this other dude, Johnny Tababin, would always get first. And Chris ends up beating him like at the final, which I think they'd gone back and forth a few times. And there's this whole thing where Johnny's like supposed to go to the nationals or whatever in Louisiana, and Chris beat him. And then his parents go to the board of INT and convince them to let both of them go to the national contest. So it was like a whole thing.
A couple Benjamins maybe made an appearance there.
Yeah, and so it ended up like this whole thing. That kid was sponsored by the same marina as us, and the guy who owned the marina took all of our medals, so we didn't get to keep any of them. So like I don't have any of these like medals from like to hang in the shop or something to show how decorated his wakeboard team was. But that kind of led into these like parking lot rail jams. Like every couple months they would have one in the parking lot of that marina. And so in the midst of all this stuff going on that we were kind of like into or required to be into, we didn't have any riding to do in Valdosta. And Chris had a good relationship with the guy from Distortion who does the Grinch winch. And eventually that kind of led into me linking up with him as well. And he was basically like, if you guys ever wanted a winch, I could sell you one for cost. And so one random winter or something, a tree fell on my parents' back porch. And I don't know, the statute of limitations is...
It's way up, dude. We're
this.
good. We're way good, yeah.
Apparently, the insurance company had quoted my dad something crazy to get this tree removed, and then they'd have to pay to build a new back porch. So my dad was like, if you bring your whole like college wake crew up here and remove this whole tree, I'll rent a splitter. You guys can like destroy this whole tree, get it out of here, and I'll buy you guys this like $1,000 winch for what would have probably cost like 10 grand or something, you know? So we ended up doing that, got a winch. And so we started just building winch spots in Valdosta, like as if it was a park.
So is there any inspiration for these building winch spots? Because winching, you know, this is pre-Shred Town. This is before, like, I mean, rail routing is a thing for sure, and I'm sure winching is a thing amongst other crews as well, but like it's not you're not seeing full winch parts. Like that's not something that's happening. So where is you getting the inspiration for these winch spots that you guys are creating?
I guess just like snowboarding and skateboarding, and we just didn't have a way to wakeboard. There's like one dude who had a boat down here, and it was like a weird situation to be able to get out on that boat. And the lake that it was on was like full of gators and is tiny. Like there is a lake close by that would have actually been pretty sick to wakeboard on, but I didn't even know it existed. When you're in college, like everything's like a bubble.
Especially back then too, like pre-social media days, this is like, who you talk to is who you know, and that's like how it works. So
exactly. Like when I was in college, Wild Adventures was there, which is a theme park. It's 4 miles from the park on the same exit. And the first time I went there, I was like, where are we going? Like we're going to the middle of nowhere, and it's like 10 minutes from the campus, you know. It's like
the world is small in college.
Yeah, it's like I had no idea. So yeah, we ended up just like building winch spots, a bunch of them, and we'd get kicked out eventually for having like a fire or something while we're there in the winter, and then have to move on. And then we eventually found this one place that's kind of behind an apartment complex in town, kind of way back there, and that was the spot for a long time. There was actually a house that was abandoned, and it had a demo date on the window, and it was past the demo date. Like they're supposed to tear this house down. And so we just started taking this house apart and built our whole winch park out of pieces of this house. Used the carpet for the dammed up this creek, built like a winch platform. Eventually there was a pool gap that we made. It was pretty, I guess, ahead of its time, but like if you look back,
I mean, as
like
legitimate as it can kind of be, yeah, right? So
yeah, I mean, the times for wakeboarding took a long time to get where it's at now. So like for us, we're basically
you're grinding,
sickest.
You're sliding, you're chipping, dude. You're getting across some stuff. Like that's what's going on. Okay, so you're winching in some ditches. You kind of finally find a little spot that you can run the Grinch winch out of. What's post college here? Because I know you worked at Copper Lake, right?
Yeah,
as an instructor. Is that post college?
That was during college.
That was during college. Okay.
Yeah, that and Gravity was kind of before that too. But
okay, well let's run through those then. Because what is Copper Lake, and You were there for 2 summers, so why did you decide to go there?
Well, Chris and I had been doing the winching thing in Valdosta, and we were trying to think of what we were going to do in the summertime, try to keep doing what we were doing, not get a real job, but still having to make money. And so Chris, I think, had found like a job listing on like Wake World, maybe. Back
Sounds
in the day,
right.
you know, like forums, that was huge. And so he found this listing on one of those sites, and it was instructors paid. They had a rail park. They had boats, and it was a private lake, and it was a camp all summer long. Pretty decent money. I think it was like $800 a month or something. Free board in an apartment, free lunch, maybe dinner, but like, you know, sandwiches. And it was in Washington, Washington State, probably like an hour and a half from Portland. And it's owned by AWS. I'm sure you've heard of AWS.
Active Water Sports.
Yeah. So the guy who owns Active Water Sports lives on site there. And they're a very unique family. Their oldest son was 18 years old, crazy, like wild, like something was ticking a little bit different with him. And yeah, it was some insane times. We went for one summer, me and Chris, and it was sick. We had a good time. Our boss was really cool. Like the manager, Eric, taught us a lot about riding rails and everything that we needed to do. And yeah, it was a good time. And then the second year I went back without Chris because he got a job somewhere. I think he might have graduated by then because he was a year older than me, or maybe 2. And so I went back, and I was like sort of the like assistant manager. I think like our boss was like the GM, and I would have been the manager at that
Next
point.
man up, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that was pretty sweet, but and they had a sick wakeboard team up there. Like slingshot was pretty heavy up there. And the first year, I guess, that was when I got introduced to slingshot as a whole.
Do you remember what year this was, slingshot? Because when did Slingshot Wake start?
2007 is when slingshot started.
So I think
this was 2008.
Okay.
And so I remember specifically, because I'm just a wakeboard nerd kid, and I'm like surfing the internet, watching Alliance, all the videos that I can possibly find. And I found a website, Slingshot Wakeboards. And there's just nothing there. Red background. All of a sudden, a silhouette of a dude walks into frame with a board under his arm, puts it out like this, goes, right, puts it under his arm, walks out of frame. And I was like, what did I just look at? And it was the first like subliminal advertisement that Slingshot probably had. They might not even remember this, but like it was on their homepage, and there's nothing else on their website. Because I'm like just wakeboarding, like anything I can find. And so I get to Copper Lake, and they have these boards there, and I'm like, I can't believe this exists. It actually is a thing. And so we got to ride anything in the shop. We got to ride on the boat, slingshot, whatever they sold, we were allowed to ride behind the boat, because they had some deal where they would like sell the shop boards for a discounted rate because they're all sort of demos, but it's just on the wake, you know, and it's like a B-52 MB.
Yeah.
MB
52 bomber.
Yeah, B-52 bomber. That was the boat the first year. And so, you know, whatever, the wake's pretty sick, but the lake's pretty shallow, so the wake doesn't get as big as it needs to.
Okay.
So there's not much risk you're going to snap a board just on the wake. But they had like a quiver of probably like 20 to 30 rail boards, but it's just like everybody's broken board, you know? And so I literally broke every single board in that quiver. And so I you know, obviously we're riding the rails a lot, probably more than the boat. At that time, we'd already been to gravity. We'll probably go down that rabbit hole in a minute, but we'd already been through the gravity train. So we're like rails, big time park guys, but still like the boat. And I'm just dying to ride a slingshot on a rail, like that's all I wanted to do. And so eventually broke all the rail boards they had, and my boss calls Greg Kish, who is now like vice president of Slingshot. At the time, I don't know what his title was, but it was like he was still a big dog. And he's like, my boss was like, we have a coach here who's pretty much snapped every rail board we have, and he's obsessed with Slingshot. It would be really sick if you could get him hooked up with something. So he sent me an 07, like the previous year model Blem Response 142. And I had that the whole summer until Chris finally broke it. And the irony was that I broke all of Chris's boards. So it was like he finally broke like the golden board for me, So it was full circle moment.
Yeah.
And then, from there, it was like, I can't do this without those boards.
I mean, if you're breaking all the other boards, it's like, get to the thing that actually works, and it's a lot more fun. So, okay, you're talking about gravity research, and I did want to talk about that for a little bit, and specifically rail routing, I guess, as a whole. So what was gravity research, and why do you think rail routing was something that you like so much? You said you were obsessed with, the boards and riding on the rails.
I don't know. I think like when we go way back, and I like had no exposure to wakeboarding and all that. So when I finally realized, this is a thing, I started just like eBay, like I said, fucking wakeboards, but then turned into videos. And so I got a handful of like random Canadian wakeboard videos that like only Derry's heard of. It like, I'll reference him to Derry and he loves it, but nobody else has ever seen these videos. But then like 06, I think, Hyperlight came out with Welcome. It blew my mind. And so like parks, everybody's riding rails. And so to me, I was like, okay, if I want to be something in wakeboarding, I can't just ride behind the boat, because like there's a set amount of tricks you can do, essentially. Obviously you can always push the envelope, but for me, I'm like behind the curve. I already knew that. I was like, I'm going to be a pro wakeboarder, but I'm way behind. And the only way to catch up is
I need something to help me out.
Do something else, you know? Like, I'm not going to all of a sudden learn like a Pete 5 when I can not even do a Pete. So
I didn't have those reps in as a kid. I mean, like,
yeah. So at some point, my dad helped me build a flat bar at that lake house in South Carolina, and it was just all wood, T-posts on the bottom, kept it on an island. He'd go park at the island. Me and my friends would drag it out, had like concrete buckets holding it so it would like not float because it's all wood. And it was, this big of an ollie half the time because I didn't want to make it big. It's terrifying. But so I like got into it then, and then with the winching stuff, obviously. But then Chris was close with Wes Bearden because of all those other guys who were going through Gravity, which Gravity was in Eastman, Georgia, and that's an hour and 45 minutes from Valdosta. So I was always like ready to go there any day of the week, no matter what, because I just somehow had this affinity towards the rail stuff. And Chris had the keys to the kingdom, and I didn't. I was like Chris's friend, and Wes and Chris were tight, but I was just Chris's friend. So if Chris couldn't go, I couldn't go. So at some point, Wes and I linked up, and I was like, Wes Bearden, and I was like, dude, I want to come up here all the time, but I can't. Chris can't always come, and I would really like to come and hang out and shred. And he's like, we got along really good. So he was like, anytime you want, like he's the nicest dude in the world. So he was just like, anytime you want, come on up. And so I kind of got the permission. So all of a sudden it's like me with the keys to getting to Gravity. And we like every chance we had, weekends, one day on a Friday if we had class off. And if I couldn't bring a crew, Wes would take his lunch break and come pull me, and I'd pull him. He had other friends that I became friends with up there. A lot of people went through Gravity. A lot. People you would never expect. Like Travis Probst. You ever heard of Travis Probst? He was kind of one of the guys that got me on with Slingshot. Because that Greg Kish thing, that was pretty early. It was a little premature. Like, I got hooked up, and there was not much follow-up.
More of like a favor type situation than we kind of see something in this guy.
Yeah, okay. Exactly. It's like, I know this guy who's in charge. He's asking me a favor. I'll hook him up. But eventually, Travis Probst was the man for me. And let's see, Jeff Langley.
Oh, yeah.
Ever heard of him?
Oh, yeah.
he used to live there. Like, Jeff and I used to, stay across the pond from each other out there at Gravity. I'm trying to think. Like, all those dudes, like Rhett Watley, Brandon Lee, Brett Lee, they were all regulars out there.
So what kind of features are we talking? What do you guys got out there? I mean, I'm sure it's changing. But
so it's gone through a lot.
Yeah.
I'll show you. I meant to bring this magazine to show you, like, before I went there. They had a huge contest called the Slider Slam. This is around the carnival time.
Okay.
Maybe before. I don't know for sure. Would have to ask Wes for sure. Wes Spearden.
Yeah.
Maybe before, but I don't know.
It's a hard maybe.
It's a hard maybe.
It's a hard maybe.
But so it's gone through a lot of changes. But by the time I was going there, they had a double Trex incline rail, like mellowest ever. If the water is up, there's, over the years, I spent a lot of time there. So normal water level, it's like this big of an ollie on, which jet ski pull, smallest pond you could ever imagine. Like, for driving somebody, it was tiny.
It's tight.
So they had small incline, up, flat, down, or up, flat, down, depending on the way you went. Kind of beefy ollies.
Okay.
I think they might have changed one side at some point while I was there to make it a little beefier. But yeah, pretty gnarly. They had the only replica of the Pro Tour transfer box, that goes down a bit of a rabbit hole itself we'll get to in a second. Mega wall ride. Not really mega nowadays, but like at the time, I'm like, holy shit, this thing's massive. But
yeah,
it was like, if you hit it this way, you could go up the wall, rock on top, and it was like a kind of flat to down 2 Trex wide scenario.
I think I found some videos. I'll throw in some videos that I did find at this place.
So, there's a sick one. It's a Slingshot Goes to Gravity. It's like,
oh, I didn't see that one.
Early days. Jeff McKee, Travis Probst, Rhett Watley.
Okay, I'll pull that one out
House.
if I can find that one.
Yeah, first Slingshot team. Like, the first, like, cherry Slingshot team. It was tight. And then eventually they built this, like, mellow Trex wall that was, like, all Trex, like, 10 feet wide, just Trexboard, all the way up, probably 60 feet long. And then there's a lip at the top with maybe like a 5-foot wide Trex box that also elbows at the end of the wall and extends. It's all over the grass. So like the wall is over the water, but if you get on the top, you're just on the grass. And then if you're stuck going straight, there's a tree where the elbow is. I think Langley might have smoked the tree back in the day. I think I saw a video or something of that at some point, but it was pretty sick. And then eventually there was kind of a rooftop that sort of, the post kind of ended up sagging in the mud, and it turned into like a up, down, flat, down type thing that was really mellow. And then we built like a A-frame that had 2 banks on it at some point. And
so there's no shortage of features is what I'm hearing, though. You guys have a lot of variety, a lot of stuff to hit out there.
Over time, a lot. I can't remember what was there like just at the beginning, but over the course of my time there, just in the jet ski days, so there's like
pre-cable.
It's pre-cable, but eventually they got a cable, so it evolves even more. But yeah, just in the jet ski days, there's like at the end of the jet ski days, we had the Ghost Ledge. and it was just a box like this wide, all tricks. And to hit it, that you had to have the driver know what to do on the jet ski. You're going straight towards a wooden seawall, and right as the rider ollies, you have to stop the throttle, turn the steering wheel, and then gas the throttle, or you're going to run straight into a seawall. Like, there's no way around it. There's no other way to drive it.
That's the edit I watched. And you had a mean Rutland strong arm going into those things. I think some people call it Byerly hook, but I always thought it was the Rutland strong arm from Lucas Magoon.
I was a pretty heavy Lucas Magoon influence. I think I was wearing a DGK gold SpongeBob shirt.
The quality of the video, I couldn't quite tell what shirt you had on, but yeah, it was. I wouldn't be surprised.
Probably, yeah. I had a heavy Lucas Magoon influence during those exact days right there.
Okay, that makes sense because you were busting out a fat Rutland strong arm, which was, it was good. It was a good looking strong arm, I will say that. And there were some clips in there for sure.
Yeah, there are probably a lot of repeats. That's the thing with my old videos. I can't watch like anything pre-coalition, like anything.
I did watch quite a few videos, and I saw a lot of whirly birds. Quite a few chromobes from you.
Nice.
Yeah, quite a few chromobes. Some back ones.
That took me a long time.
But the back ones look good.
Thank you.
They did look good.
This took a long, like 4 years of steady trying them every set I wakeboarded.
Hey, man. It happens. They don't ask how, they ask how many, or other way around. But Cena was saying you looked jacked back then, too. So we were watching the videos, and it's that old jet pilot vest, I feel like does a lot of the work because it makes it kind of look like.
I actually got that vest because I learned a whirly bird at McCormick's behind a boat before they had a cable.
Interesting. Yeah. You won the vest, or was the deal?
Well, it was like I want this vest so bad. And my dad's like, if you learn a whirly bird, I'll get it for you, which was not normal. He never did that. That was like, I probably needed a vest, and it was... I think I had this Wake Tech vest I got on eBay. It was like purple with like a green. And I didn't even know what Wake Tech was at the time. I thought it was like an off-brand, like I thought it was
like a Costco
Chinese brand, I just thought I got the cheap, shitty thing that I was like, well, I can get this. It's $30 or something.
Yeah.
But actually wish I still had it. But yeah, I looked at this thing. It was like you're talking about the scribble vest?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was at McCormick's. I was like, I need this vest. My dad was probably like, fuck, I need to get him a new vest. But, if you land this whirly bird that I know, it might have been the S-bend, actually.
Really?
I did one S-bend.
You busted an S-bend behind the boat?
One time at McCormick's. I was...
A lot went down for
high
you there.
School. Yeah. Yeah, a lot. Yeah, early days, McCormick's.
All right.
We used to go there on the way to Thanksgiving. My parents' friends lived in Sarasota. And so my dad would get a ski set at McCormick's, so he would let me get a wakeboard set. And
there you go.
It was like, you got 2 passes, so you better learn something.
All right, I think it's time we do the LF'n Wheel of Questions presented by Liquid Force.
The LF'n Wheel of Questions.
Okay, let's go.
So I'll grab this down.
Okay, yeah.
I don't want to knock.
I'm a little clumsy sometimes.
And I don't want to knock any of Cena's boots off here or anything, so.
Cena boots in?
All right, so before, I haven't been running down what's on the wheel before, but I'm going to start doing that now. So we've got a couple greatest of all times. We got a couple make a movie, so you pick writers and a filmer to make a movie with. Last wake movie you've watched. Steal a trick. That one's pretty self-explanatory. You can steal a trick from somebody else. And I think that's it. So we got a few of those on here. So go ahead and give her a big spin, bud.
Big spin.
All right. Yeah.
Shota did it really aggressively hard, and I think that's the move, right?
Did he? That's definitely the most aggressive one we've ever had. Oh, okay. So it's steal a trick. Oh, but wait, I think on the top it says chug a beer on there and then steal a trick. So I guess you got to chug a beer and then you can steal a trick.
I should probably put it in this lovely Grab Matters podcast koozie.
Absolutely should. That's a great idea.
I'm gonna probably have to pee after this.
Yeah, we can take a break after this. So it'll be perfect timing.
It's been a long time since I chugged a beer, though.
The good thing is, while you're chugging the beer, you can think of the trick, unless if you already have it in your mind that you want to steal.
I kind of have
You can have a couple.
I'm never gonna have like a straight answer if you haven't figured that out yet. It's gonna be like
We're going to dance around and have some things pop up.
It's gonna be like a stew.
Okay, that's
Generally.
totally fine. Stews are usually a lot better than just straight answers. Okay. So he's cracking this. I don't think it's too cold. I think these have been sitting out for a little bit.
Yeah.
So
They're gonna be gravy, dude.
we'll put a timer on here. So the second that hits your lips, I'll start a timer and put it on the screen.
Excellent. I can't wait to be timed on chugging this beer.
Well, here we go.
All right.
And I'll fill the dead air here with. Okay, well, it's going down quick for the listeners. This is, without a doubt, a quick time. That's it? You're done? I believe you. That's fast. Out of the can, too. Impressive. Very impressive. And that's the proof right there.
Yeah. I haven't done that in a long time.
Well, you were tapering is what they call that in, athletics, where you take some time off.
Athletics? Oh, okay.
I don't know. When I was a swimmer, we would taper before a big event.
I thought you were talking about my technique of chugging.
No, that was a great technique.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that was good. Great time.
It burns.
What trick are you going to steal? Or what's the stew of stealing?
Well, if I'm going to steal a single trick, it's going to be just Cross's ability to do back twos anytime, anywhere. Backside spin, cross. It's like I taught the kid everything he knows, so he can just pass the handle.
Well, if you taught him everything he knows, then he could just give that one back to you because you taught it to him.
Exactly. So, but really, I think Derry's ability to just like flip all the time and do any rotation, that stew, that's what I want.
That makes sense.
That's the stew I want.
Yeah.
Because he can just flip anytime, all the time.
The thing with Derry, I feel like a lot of riders try to do this, but Derry does the best of hitting you with what you didn't think was going to happen. And that's, it often happens in a flip or a blind landing, whatever. It's
Or a
like
combo.
Or a combo of that too. And it's like, well, I didn't. Damn.
Exactly.
Where did you come up? How'd that happen?
Exactly.
When I'm doing something, that's what I'm going to be doing. You know what I'm saying?
You see my edge and you're like, oh, I know it's coming now.
Yeah, he's passing the handle early. He's setting up for 450. Yeah, I know it's happening.
Yeah. Derry's got an uncanny ability to flip, but he was in the gymnastics growing up, and, those Canadian gymnasts, it's like basically Romania up there. They're torturing those kids.
Gun to the head.
Gun to the head. You better land this, Derry. But, yeah, I wish I could do, I'm like, for the flip trick rail stuff, I can do it, but it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
I can battle it. Derry's just like, if it has a flip in it, he's going to land it first try, and then you're going to sit there for an hour and a half of him deliberating over, like, if his pinky was out while he did it. And he's like, oh, I don't really like the way my pinky looked there. And you're like, dude, it's perfect. And he's, I don't know, man. Like, let me do it again. And he just does it every time.
So he's not regressing. He's just
Always, it's insane, especially if there's a flip involved.
Yeah.
I could probably count the amount of times that Derry's been in like a serious 2.0 battle on one hand.
He's got it in mind. He sets out, he gets it done.
For sure.
He's not wasting time.
Yeah. The back five, wall ride back five, off the container in volume 9 or 10 maybe.
Put that in, yeah.
That was the longest battle. He did
Really?
2 days. I had the day I was filming from the top of the container, he quit just in time before I passed out, or I almost passed out filming him on top of the container. It was like the hottest day of the year. And I was like, dude, like, if he does one more, I'm going to have to tell him I have to stop because I'm going to pass out up here. And he was like, I'm done. I can't do this. And he did it. He obviously got the trick, but it was like, I'm pretty sure he did it first try the day before, not filming. And then when we went to film it, it was like the biggest battle ever. But
it's a rarity.
It sticks out in my brain because I'm like, that's like the one time I've ever seen Derry battle something. So Derry's whole stew of flips and ridiculous, uncanny tricks, that's what I would steal. But
Fair
Cross's, if it's one trick, I think it's just Cross's ability to just spin backside onto anything, switch irregular, no big deal.
Yeah. He's got those dialed.
The kid's had a handle in his hand for
came out with one.
He's the chosen one.
Yeah.
He is the chosen one.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, Liquid Force, for that.
And now for a quick word from the WSIA. Pass the Handle Week is just around the corner, and the Water Sports Industry Association invites you to celebrate by bringing someone new out on the water and teaching them how to ride, ski, surf, or anything else behind the boat. This industry-wide effort spreads our shared passion to local communities by encouraging people to step out of their comfort zone and try a new sport out on the water. So this Monday, July 15th through Sunday, July 21st, pass the handle in your backyard and keep on spreading the stoke of getting out on the water. Visit passthehandle.com to learn more about this great week of sharing waves and spreading joy.
We're talking gravity research, and you were just alluding to in this little break we had that this kind of was what led into a little bit of what you're decided to do afterwards in terms of building a park and all that stuff. So maybe kind of dive back into that time of your life and what that progression looked like.
Yeah, so it was pretty, I guess, profound for me because at a certain point, it kind of shifted from me just going up and riding with Wes and his friends and who became my friends, and turned into kind of me. At some point, Wes offered me the opportunity to kind of coach up there in the summertime. Cross was like 5 maybe the first time I went there.
Yeah, this is Wes Bearden, way back, just
yeah,
for the people
sorry.
who might have
It's
had that
very
confused.
confusing.
Yeah.
Wes, there's going to be a lot of Wes's thrown in this. There's Wes Jacobson, Wes Bearden, Wesley Cross Bearden. Wesley Jacobson and Wes Bearden both have the same middle name. Very confusing.
It's huge.
Very. So anyway,
confusion.
At this point, we're in the Wes Bearden days. So he had kind of invited me to come and do some coaching with Cross. He was probably 7. Best year of his life. He'll be the first one to tell you that. That was kind of the year he started really getting into it. Wes never wanted to push him into wakeboarding. So the first couple years I was going there, Cross was, he'd pop in. He was always around, but not so into the wakeboarding thing. He did it, but it wasn't like, you're going to learn this and this and this. So 7 was kind of when he was really kind of getting into it. And so Wes was like, I need somebody to stay in the summertime and coach Cross and his friends for like wake camp. So he started doing these camps every week, and I would just live in his warehouse, me and Brocco, my dog, and we just, for the first year I did it, lived on a cot in the middle of 100 by 100 or 100 by 80 warehouse. There's like, classic roll-up door metal building. And there was a skate park in there, just like, DIY style with some sick stuff. So for me, it was kind of as all I needed, dream come true, and very primitive. There was an outhouse outside, no bathrooms, or they might have had a sink in there. I don't know. But, yeah, it was super cool, and started coaching Cross and all his friends, and Cody Oxford was, Cross and Cody, they were, like this. They looked like twins back then, just little tiny little shits. And, yeah, just started working with them, and that was kind of my start into, I guess, coaching and being a little more involved instead of just being into my own thing. And it was really fun. We had a good time. He had a lot of good friends that would come out. We stayed pretty busy, and I didn't really need much. Wes and his wife Andrea took care of me, and it was definitely like one of those times that you never forget because it was just so unique because I was just living in this warehouse. But yeah, seeing Cross and Cody come up and kind of learning things really fast, it was really fun. Gave it a lot more, like, I don't know, substance of what I was doing. And so, yeah, I did that for like 2 summers, and then that kind of was sort of intertwined with like helping maintain and build features and stuff like that. And I think the second year the dam in Gravity broke, and so the water was so low. It was barely rideable, if rideable at all. So we had to do all the camps at this little pond called Trips Beach that's right by their house. And so we would do all those out there. So that was like the year that Cross and Cody would have been able to start kind of hitting some of the more like rail-like features, because they always had the big transfer box thing, and that floated. So it didn't really matter what the water was at to hit that. But I think that year it was maybe like beached a little bit, so it was like not as hittable. So, and I don't think we could run the jet ski for most of the year there that year.
Just too shallow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But yeah, that was pretty cool. And that led into like doing other things, because the thing with getting in with Wes at Gravity was he had it, I don't know where he advertised, but people found out about his place somehow, and they knew that it was the only transfer box in the U.S. that was like an exact replica of the one on the Pro Tour. So I ended up coaching like a bunch of these boat dudes when they were little groms on how to hit the transfer box.
You got some names? Chuck some names out there. You got to have some.
Oh, man. Have you ever heard of Mike Dowdy?
Dirty Mike Dowdy?
Dirty Mike Dowdy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Josh Twelker.
Tweak it like Twelker. Oh, yeah.
There was a dude that would come with both of them. Dowdy would come, pretty often, like 14-hour drive from Michigan, just shoot down with his mom. And but there was one trip where Dowdy, Twelker, and then Chris Dykmans. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but he was really sick. He was a really good boat rider from, I think, the Delta. Same as Dowdy.
Yeah.
He was like their,
or Twelker.
He was kind of like, or Twelker,
Yeah.
sorry. He was kind of like their mentor, coach or something. And then there's a couple others. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember.
Well, those are,
but those were like the big names.
Yeah.
Years and years later, I was like called out Dowdy at like a boat at like a surf expo. I was like, dude, do you remember me? Because I'd like see him like every year at surf expo, and he'd be like, oh, and I was like, yo, do you remember me? And he's like, yeah, dude. I was like, I see you every year. You look right through me. Like, it's like, you better say what's up next time.
Don't big time me.
I know. I taught you how to transfer on a transfer box. I don't know if I actually taught him the transfer box, but he was actually a really good rail rider back in the day.
I would imagine he probably snowboarded in Michigan growing up. That would probably a little bit of that would come from there. But so when does the cable come into play?
I think that was maybe like my senior year of college. I think it had to have been like my last year of college. 2.0s were just kind of popping up. Projects had one, and we started kind of going down to their 2.0 every now and then from Valdosta, me and Luke, who's my business partner now. And eventually, like with the whole Valdosta club team, after like the first year, we kind of like linked up with Luke and our other buddy Trey, Johnny, just like some other homies. So kind of started getting a vibe going with the VSU team. So we would go down to the projects, kind of saw the 2.0s pop in. And I think actually maybe it was a little earlier, because when I was at Copper Lake, I always used to tell them they needed to get a 2.0. So I think that Gravity might have already had one, or maybe it was the second year I was at Copper that Gravity had one.
Yeah.
So it was probably like my junior year. I think I was in college for 5 years, so junior, senior, whatever. But
Super senior, yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, like I was out of town when they installed it and showed up the last day of the install. Classic guy, just like, hey,
You're that
I'm here
guy.
to ride. But like Beat-All and I think Yergi, Manu and Beat-All, I think installed. I don't know if Yergi was there. I might be mixing Yergi in, but I think it was Manu and Beat-All installed the Gravity cable. And yeah, once that happened, it was crazy. Chris Hopf had kind of started. We'd been doing the East Coast Wake Park contest series that he was doing, and that was kind of how I linked up with some of those projects boys down there. I'd met them at this random parking lot rail jam in Charlotte. It was called the Mastercraft Street Grind. Sick ass name.
You know, there are way worse names. The Street Grind, bro.
Street Grind. If
you get a good graphic, I don't know. That could work.
I don't know what you're doing.
It could play. Dude.
The graphic was actually pretty sick. I have the badge. I should have brought that too. I have the badge still. Maybe I'll bring it to the cable tomorrow so you can, relish in it.
That would be awesome.
But
I'd love to, rock a Street Grind badge, dude.
It's so sick.
Props to Mastercraft for doing a Street Grind event, though.
I think it was at one of their dealers or something. But yeah, so I was getting really into the rail stuff. We all were, but I was like, for some reason, Chris didn't go to this one, but we all stayed together in South Carolina at somebody's house, kind of right by my parents' lake house, but not there. And on the way up, I stayed with them and then went up to Charlotte by myself because I was kind of that guy. I was like, if everybody's not going, I'm still going. That was kind of how the McCormick's trips used to be, and some of the projects trips is just like, I'm going no matter what. So if you want to ride, get in my car at 7 a.m. And if you're going to be hungover and not get in my car, I'm still going at 7 a.m. Yeah. So sorry. But ended up going by myself. And Langley was up there, and we were, pretty tight from the gravity days. And so he was kind of like my liaison into that world because it was a lot of pro riders. The first thing I did when I got there was call him, link up with him, and he was with Phil Sovin, Aaron Rathy, Rusty Malinowski. And I'm going to lunch with these dudes. I'm just some guy, And I'll never forget it because Rusty was actually they all were nice, but Rusty at the end of it, he was sick. He came up to me and was it was just a random thing, but he was I kind of hate all this parking lot rail jam bullshit. I just do this to pay the bills. But he wasn't being a douchebag about it.
Just being kind of real.
Just being real. And I was like, damn, dude. As a fan, I was like, I appreciate you telling me that, but this is all I want to do. This is what I live for.
Yeah. I couldn't disagree more.
Yeah. But it was cool. I was like, it was sick. I was like, damn, Rusty's actually a real ass dude.
Yeah.
And that was where I met Mark Rossiter and Nate Perry, and we kind of linked up there, and I don't know what drew us in together, but for some reason I was just hyped to meet those dudes, and we just vibed. So from that point on, there was some projects trips mixed into all of my other random trips, and I got pretty cool with them, and eventually they sort of started coming to Gravity every now and then. And I don't know if I'm jumping here, but at some point they all came up, Nate, Trevor, Mark, maybe Reader. And Nate we were all riding at Gravity. And, I guess I am jumping because we would do those, between then and the Mastercraft Street Grind, there was the summer slider series at East Coast Wake Park. So that's kind of where we built our sort of friendship, I guess.
Yeah.
And I did pretty good in some of those summer slider things. And so at some point they came up to Gravity, and Nate was like, dude, you should go to FISE. And I was like, what is FISE? And
so this is perfect because we got a Patreon question from Ollie Jerome.
Oh, sick.
And so if you are interested in supporting the podcast, joining the Patreon is the best way to do that. I appreciate everybody on the Patreon. It helps make this podcast possible, and it's awesome to hear everyone's questions and comments in there. So we got one from Ollie Jerome, and he's wondering about FISE. He says he wants to hear about your first trip to Europe for FISE in Montpellier, France. I'm sure he could say that a hell of a lot better than me.
That was pretty good.
Was it not bad?
Good, yeah.
It's not Montpellier, France. Yeah.
No.
He wants to hear about the riding setup, tricks, selection, talent, culture of wake during that era, and the parties.
That was honestly, that was the peak. That's kind of what, when I was in college, I would see these random rail jams and contests in Europe, and it was stuff like FISE, which I didn't know I was looking at FISE at the time. And I'm like, why isn't this in America? Why isn't this a bigger thing? Metal handrails, pool gaps, all this stuff. So that was like what I wanted to do. And yeah, so FISE was the first year I went, there was like 4 contests over the course of like a month and a half or 2 months, kind of throughout France, and FISE, I think, was the last one. So it was almost like everybody was touring France together, the whole wakeboard park community. And it was so sick, dude. We got to see so much cool shit. And the parties were obviously insane. It was just something I'd never experienced before. But it was like, you go to these parks, you don't have to wear a helmet, you don't have to wear a vest. They're like smoking doobies on the dock and like drinking all day. Like it was just literally like, what is happening here? I was blown away by it. There's lawlessness, and
in the best way.
In the best way. It was just like something I'd never seen before. There's so many parks there too. Like we went to like a 2 point, because Unleashed was blowing up at the time. They were kind of like growing to be the best wakeboard magazine at the time, right around then. It was kind of happening then. There was a point where Unleashed was, in my opinion, the best magazine. And then they transcended back to the bottom at some point too. But that's not against them, things happen. But yeah, it was like we had like Reynald from Unleashed and then all these wakeboarders. And it was just like, if you weren't at these contests, we're traveling to the next one, and there's probably a cable in between and random things. So to me, it was just like you're going to a foreign place that all of a sudden the thing that you do is like the biggest thing in the world. And like at FISE, it was crazy. I mean, X Games level of crazy. It's on this sick river, all concrete pads that go across it where they build these pool gaps and everything. And the banks are completely full of people. Like, I don't want to over exaggerate here, but I'm going to say like tens of thousands of people, maybe. But in the city, probably hundreds of thousands. There's like a rollerblade street course that goes down. Brink?
Yeah.
The big
the movie
culmination where they race down the road. There's like jumps and shit going down the road. They had shit like that in the street. And you'd be like going away from the course, like to go get lunch or something. And there's just some kids scootering or whatever. And you're like, stupid kid on a scooter, just a dumb 20-year-old whatever walking by, like stupid scooterers. You turn around, they're like back 4ing down a handrail of 20 stairs. Insane. The whole thing is crazy, and it was so sick. But yeah, there was a party that happened after FISE where one pro wakeboarder got mad at another pro wakeboarder, and it ultimately caused the police to spray tear gas into the bar. And I won't name names, but it was insane. I had just walked out of the bar, and I'm like, why is there an orange cloud coming out?
That's a good time to have just walked out of the bar.
Yeah. It turned into a fight, and then apparently somebody threw tear gas in the bar, or an officer or somebody. I don't know.
So at this point in your life, you're in FISE. You're not in FISE. You're in France doing this, kind of tour thing. What's your status as a rider? Like, what's your relationship with with Slingshot, other sponsors? Like, what's your status like as a rider?
It was strange. I think I was on what they had at the time was the regional team. They had the regional, national, and world team back then. So I was like flow team.
Gotcha.
But I was doing decent in all these contests. And I had, to go back a little bit, I I used all my graduation money to go to FISE.
So this is immediately after college.
So
Gotcha.
it was like graduate, shred ready tour, FISE is like the way it went, or France. And so I'd basically kind of taken a leap. And it was only because Nate Perry told me I should do it, because I didn't think anything of it. I was just like trying to get where I wanted to get. Didn't think anything of myself. I was not like bad, but I was just like, didn't think, if Nate Perry or any pro wakeboarder told me that I could do something, then I'm like, I should try, because
Reputable source that's coming from. Yeah.
And like, Nate's a legend. And to me, he was, one of my favorite, still is one of my favorite riders ever. And so he was like, you should do it. And I'm like, really? You think I should do it? So because of that, I like put all my eggs in that basket. I was like, I'm going. So I was on the national team, not paid, getting maybe incentives. Back in the day, the incentive contract was hot. It was capped, which was not hot, but you get your cap, you're stoked. You're like,
what are we talking? I mean, what are we talking? Cap? What's the cap?
I don't remember exactly, but I'm going to guess it was around like $2,000 for a year.
Okay.
So it's like,
that is it's a low cap.
Low cap. Yeah. I'm guessing. I could have been more or less. I don't remember exactly, but I think it might've been $2,000. And, so you get, a double pager, maybe 350, cover 500, single page 100,
rack them up, hit 2K or whatever it was.
Yeah, exactly. And then you hit 2K and you're like, I did good this year. You need to bump me up. But anyway, I was like at FISE and these other contests out there. It's like 4 or 5 contests probably over the course of 2 months or something. And I was doing decent. Like I made it to finals or semifinals in a few of these contests, or, I don't remember exactly what I did the first year at FISE, but I made it a lot farther than I thought I was or would. And I'm like beating dudes on the national and world team to get there. So to me, I'm like, hook it up, dude. Like I paid my way here. You paid for all these dudes to be here.
Smoking these fools, dude.
Smoking these fools. No. But it did kind of feel like that, because I was just like grinding and I wanted it so bad. And to get there was not easy either. It was
so what do you mean you wanted it? What did you want? What was it that you wanted?
I wanted to get to the pro level of like being able to do this and not suffer financially to get there, I guess. It was satisfying, but if you don't win the contest, you don't get anything. So like for me, I was like, I'm putting all my eggs in this basket so I can prove to you that I deserve to get paid to be where I'm at. And at that point I wasn't. I was, like I said, probably on an incentive contract, but I don't even know I think I had to have been, but I don't even know what that was at that point. It's weird to think.
Was Jeff McKee still like TM back then?
No.
Okay.
There's another guy. I don't think Jeff had taken over yet. The other guy didn't. I'd heard through the grapevine at some point from some of those Copper Lake boys from the AWS crew that the other guy didn't really care for me. And I don't know why. I never we had like a couple interactions, but I don't think.
Hey, speaking of people who might not have cared for you, I heard that at some slingshot shoots, was a camera not pointed at you intentionally ever?
Yeah.
Is this true?
Yeah, that's true.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. Me and Pat Whelan, I don't know what the deal was.
Didn't see eye to eye for whatever, something?
I never beefed with him or anything, but I went down to the projects for a week specifically because Nate, Reeder, and I guess it was just them who were filming. They were shooting for Lip Smack, and they were like, you should come down and film, get a couple clips in this movie. So I did, and every time I would ride, Pat would put his camera away. And then after the week was over was maybe the very first Alliance Less Than 5 contest. and McKee was there, and Nate went up to McKee. I didn't tell him to do this, but Nate went up to McKee and was like, yo, like, this week's been kind of fucked. Like, Quinn, every time he rode, Pat would put his camera away. And McKee was like, that's fucked up. Like, what? Like, you know, it was news to him. He's always had my backs for sure. So it was just weird. And then it was actually caused some drama way later down the road. I was already, like, on the team, and we did, like, I took Blake Bishop down to Texas for a BSR contest or something, and we filmed a video on their pool gap they used to have.
Yeah.
And I didn't get any clips in that video. And I, like, when I reposted the video, I kind of was like, bummed I didn't get any clips in this video, but it's sick. And Jeff, like, hit me up immediately, and I was like, I'm going to get fired. Like, I felt so bad because I was like, I shouldn't have said it like that, you know, but, you know, it is what it is. But I was just like, I don't know. Pat and I just never, I don't know. He never liked me, I guess. Maybe he didn't. Maybe it wasn't that at all. But it was just really strange.
Wild. Weird.
It was
bizarre.
It was Weirdland. It was pretty weird.
Yeah, if you're wondering why you didn't have any clips in Lip Smack,
I got to run the smoke machine on the big incline with the teeth on the front.
Yeah.
There's 1 or 2 clips in there where you see some smoke popping up behind it. It wasn't the best day for a smoke machine. So
Well, you're just sitting back there puffing a joint, or?
No. I was literally Pat was like, hey man, will you run the smoke machine for these shots? And then my turn to ride, puts the camera away.
Brutal.
But whatever, dude.
No, I'm not over it. And I wasn't even there, dude.
God damn it. I'm still not over it. No, I'm over it. It's just a bummer because Lip Smack is like one of the best movies ever to me.
Yeah. And Lip Smack 2, what's the situation?
We're working on something. I don't know if you could call it Lip Smack 2, but we've been talking. Steve's in his artist chair trying to, like, draw up some plans.
Okay.
And we'll see how it goes.
That's good. Something's stewing. I love that.
There's a stew on.
So this relationship with Slingshot, how does it continue? Because you said you were on an incentive program, you were, doing well at the contest in FISE, at FISE in France. What's, like, you come back, what's the progression and continuation of that?
I'm trying to think of how that. I know when it started, it was weird because maybe it was after. No, it was before that. So I had, like, just probably got on Slingshot because I was still in college when I got my Slingshot contract. So, and it was, like, right before I graduated, I think. So I was still. It was just weird because all my friends were on the national or world team on the team, And so I was, like, on the regional team, which was fine. It was cool. But because I was going internationally and doing these contests, I just kind of felt like, and I was doing pretty well, I felt like I should, be able to climb. But I wasn't, like, ungrateful for it at all. But when I started, it was weird because I'd talked to Slingshot, and I'd found out about Humanoid. Same reason I found Slingshot, just being a wakeboard nerd. And I had been talking through Travis Probst, because, like I said, the Kish thing, it was just a favor and then never went anywhere with the Copper Lake stuff. And so Travis I knew from Gravity, and he was, main team guy back in the day. And so I was, like, through him. And then that had to go into somebody else who was the team manager, the regional manager. And so it was, like, back and forth, and I'd, like, not hear from anybody for months. And then I found out about Humanoid, so I started, like, messaging them, and they didn't have anything yet. And I was like, you're a new company. This is cool. Like, I could be into it, but I'm really stoked on Slingshot, and I'm trying to figure this out. And they're like, oh, this is cool. Like, so it was, like, back and forth. Is like I would hear from one of them and then not hear from the other for, like, months, and then it would switch. So it was, like, back and forth. It'd be like I'd hear from Slingshot, and then I wouldn't, and I'd hear from Humanoid in that time, and then I wouldn't, and then I'd hear from Slingshot. It was, like, for such a long time it felt like probably like a semester of school that this was happening. And eventually Matt Sexton, who owns Keys Cable down there in Grassy Flats, finally messaged me, and I was like about to graduate. I want to say it was like right before I like took some like big tests to like finish school. And he's like, "Hey, I got a contract for you." And right before that, I was like almost had decided that I was going to like figure out something with Humanoid, but I hadn't heard anything back from anybody because it was just like no one's responding. Like classic though, you know how it is.
Oh yeah.
Messaging a TM or even just
brands of
anybody.
any sort. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, "Oh yeah, dude, I got you. Just email me tomorrow." And then like you never hear back. You're emailing them all week. Yeah. You don't hear anything for 3 months. But yeah, so it was like just like that. And then I had like had these serious talks with some of my roommates, Luke and Trey, and been like, I have this opportunity potentially. I was making these up in my head, but I'm like, if I go with this brand, I could potentially have like a pro model. But if I go with this brand, they've already kind of like established themselves, and they're like already what I'm obsessed with, And everybody kind of, it was like a back and forth, but everybody's consensus at the end of it was like, I think you should stick with Slingshot, And I felt the same, but I was also kind of enticed by like the newness of Humanoid and wanting to see if I could just get a pro model.
Yeah, where's this path go?
Because I'm already about to graduate college, and like, who gets a pro model after they're 20, 25? So I was like,
I'm looking at one.
I'm already, well, yeah, we'll get there, I guess. But yeah, so end up like right away, get this, or not right away as I'm about to graduate, get this email. And it's like Matt Sexton, and he's like, "I got a contract. Here it is." And I'm like, holy shit, it's happening. Sign it. Regional contract, whatever. Incentives. Got to get a Twitter. Never used it once. Facebook. Hate it. Instagram. I was okay with it at the time. Now, I don't know about it. It's all right. It's, yeah. So anyway, had to do all that. And then, so that was it. Signed that contract. Next day, Humanoid sends me an email. "We want to give you a contract." I'm like, well, it's too late. So, which was great. I mean, I already had, by that point, after the back and forth, I had already like convinced myself that like I really wanted the Slingshot deal. Like, and I already knew that in my heart, but I was like, the opportunity to just jump in with a pro model was really enticing. But nobody knew who I was. Nobody would buy my pro model. It was like, it was just like, I want my name on a board. So
dream.
Yeah.
So Slingshot, you're graduating college. Slingshot, you get a contract. Is this enough that you're like, I'm going to live off this amount of money? Or like, what's that, what's it looking like?
No, it was that was incentive. So
that was that.
Like $2,000 a year.
Yeah.
Whatever. But it was something.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if I can max this out, then that might lead to something
Next
else.
step could move up, who knows?
And I did. I was able to max it out pretty quick, like especially with that France trip. Like I got a double pager on the big wall at FISE, maybe another photo or two. And then shortly thereafter, we did some winching in North Georgia because there was we kind of, in the interim of all this, there's this like mountain wake 2.0 in North Georgia that we started kind of riding for and going to a lot because my buddy Chris, after he graduated, moved up there. So that was kind of like when we were up north, like Atlanta area, we could go there because it was only like an hour and a half from where our parents lived up in like Roswell or whatever. So we got sponsored by that company. I'm trying to like remember the timelines. They're all kind of crazy, but when we started going up there, there's like, we were still doing the winch thing because we had been, building the winch parks in college and stuff. So went up there. I ended up getting a cover with a rail that we had stolen out of a LA Fitness parking lot that is floating at Valdosta Wake Compound to this day. It's the incline in the middle of the 3 metal handrail dock. That's not out right now, but
Oh, yeah.
so that middle one, it was a gate, and somebody that we knew was like, "Hey, my boss said that you guys could have this rail at our business." He worked at like a restaurant, and we pull up to the business to get this gate, and it's like, this is not this guy's gate to give away. It's like a gate at a LA Fitness in a huge shopping center. And it's like the restaurant's like on the other side of the parking lot, like 100 yards away. And his boss was just apparently like, yeah, if you or your friends want to like take that gate, I don't care. But it was like not his to give.
I don't care if you take the gate either, but
Dude,
I've never been there.
It was a journey. Like, we steal this gate, take this gate, not steal. I mean, whatever. It was 2010.
Take the gate.
Took the gate. Put it on the roof of my Suburban, strap it on both sides. It's 25 feet long, so it's sticking out each end. My Suburban's like a rhinoceros, just sticking this thing out. And we're like literally just driving 3 blocks. And as I pull out of this LA Fitness with this gate strapped on my car, a police officer pulls behind me, and he's riding my ass. I'm like, I'm going to jail. I stole this thing. I'm about to go to jail. Look down and realize my headlights aren't on. So I just turned my headlights on, hit my flashers, and we turn left at the neighborhood that we're supposed to turn into, and he just keeps going. He was literally this close to pulling me over, and he didn't. We made it. And then I drove it like, whatever, this was like downtown Atlanta, so it was probably like 2.5 hours to North Georgia, up the mountains, just the most treacherous drive you can take. Took it up there. Some random guy had like these little ponds. It was like pond. I guess they were catfish ponds or something. And he gave us permission to winch there. So
Sick.
we set it up in between these ponds. And yeah, I think Ian Zinner, shout out Ian Zinner, Dirtbag Productions. He shot that photo. It was my first cover. It was Unleashed, sorry.
Okay.
And yeah, on the old Shred Town, the original Shred Town board, the orange bottom, blue top.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was kind of this thing that started the contract things. I started sort of doing pretty good with like the incentives and stuff. And then eventually, I think when Wade, Wade, the old team manager. I didn't mean to drop names, but yeah, Wade. Whenever he left, I think things started looking up for me a little bit more.
Is that when Jeff stepped in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So,
and you already had a good relationship for a while before that. You and Jeff
yeah,
did.
I mean, we hadn't like hung out,
But it was
like,
growing.
We knew each other,
Okay.
and he'd seen me at some demos, and there was like one particular that I remember where we were in Texas, and Wade like gave me a hook or something to ride, like one of the old Ballistic series is a boat board, and Jeff was like, "Why are you giving Quinn a boat board? He's a rail rider." And Wade was just like, I don't have any more boards to give, and just like walked away. And it was just like, Jeff was just like, what the fuck? So
you ain't the man for the job.
yeah,
man.
it was just,
Say
you
that
know,
the nicest
like
way, but
when that happened, I was like, this guy's pretty sick. But I mean, he was already sick. I already knew that. But
yeah.
So once he took over, things were a little bit better. I don't remember if that was actually before the Patrick thing, because Jeff, I think, was probably, he might have been TM during Lip Smack. So
Okay.
I don't remember exactly.
TM and Pro Rider.
And Pro Rider. Yeah. He's still a Pro Rider.
Is he? He's on the website.
Yeah, he should be. I bet he could still do double toe side back roll.
You think so? Oh, when I have him on,
I know he could.
That's the only thing I'm going to put on the wheel is go do a double toe side back roll.
All right. I don't know that he will, but I know he could.
That's true. Could you do a double toe side back roll?
I could.
Can you tomorrow? Could you go do a double toe side back roll?
If I wanted to.
When's the last time you done one?
2001.
The Coalition Volume.
No, the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one.
Coalition the movie. Double
Why are
toe
you
side
going to
back
redo
roll.
tricks? This is another thing.
Okay.
with movies and video parts. It was so different back in the day. When you had Benny G on here and he's talking about tricks, and this is not like hate, because like mad respect. I watched all those parts 150 times each. But like, it dawned on me. I'm like, we're like so much harder on ourselves now. I don't know about collectively or just like us, but like they had, he was talking about, oh, I had a Pete in this movie, and then I did a tail grab Pete in this movie, and then I did a nose grab Pete in this movie, or whatever it was. But back then, it dawned on me, I'm like, back then, you just did, because it's all boat, a lot of boat.
Yeah.
So it was like, you just did your tricks in a different movie.
Yeah.
But we don't do that anymore. It's so much harder for us to film these movies now. Like, I won't even do a trick on a different setup sometimes that I've already done on a different setup, just because of maybe my ego, or because I don't know why. But
it's an interesting point.
It's just weird, because the stuff I grew up watching, I never thought about it like that. I was not like, what I really grew up watching was like retrospect, and I'm sure there's just a million repeat tricks, because that's like, it's a compilation movie.
It's
so.
the Tantrum to Blind, or the Indie Tantrum to Blind. Like, I don't know what you call it, but in my head, it's like every single time I see boat wakeboarding, it's Indie Tantrum to Blind. Like in movies, you know what I mean? It's who's got, and there's like 8 of them in one movie, and it's like, okay, I saw one, and I saw another one. I don't need to see 8 of them. I don't need to see 8 of any trick again.
And in their next video part, they probably have one again.
Yeah.
The same people.
Yeah, and it was interesting how, I wonder, I watch old snowboard movies. I'm sure that it was like that too in old snowboard movies and too, but it's just kind of how it was back then. But yeah, it's an interesting point nowadays that, well, I do believe, I don't think in an edit, like every trick has to be new. Like if someone's got a mean, I don't know, double grab back 5, like, I don't know. I'll watch it a couple times, not in the same edit, but like.
But for me now, we just set ourselves up for the standard. I'm not like, I judge me way harder than anybody else. If you got something sick, I want to see it as much as possible. But for me, first of all, only reason I did that double toe side back roll, Jeff McKee, 100%.
How'd that? What he said you couldn't do it?
I was doing Indie Pete's for the product shoot, and I was so jacked up. Like, it was like a first try trick for me, and I never fell on it. And I was just eating shit. I was boosting so high on them. And Jeff's
because I think one of the outtakes is you like way over rotating one.
Yeah. Yeah. And so Jeff's like on the jet ski with Stefan, which is, especially back then, not now, but like early days with Stefan out there filming, terrifying. I was so scared all the time. And Jeff's like, you should just do a double back roll. And I was like, fuck, I have to do this now. Like, okay. So I did. And that was literally the only reason I did it. But then I did it, and I'm like, I don't, like, first of all, I was like, when the double was like popping off, the double cab roll,
They're hot.
I'd never do a double cab roll. They all look trash. I've never seen one person not zeech it off the kicker. Somebody does it right, I'll love it. But find somebody who hasn't done it, like with the at least 90 up the kicker. Yeah. I'll be blown away. But so double toe side back roll, I was like, that's the legit one. I guess I'll do it. But I always want to do my first double. I always wanted to do something completely different. I was trying double heel front to fakies for a long time on the 2.0s, or on the 2.0 back in the day. And there's one week where I was just like every day, just eating shit, cooking myself, trying this trick. And Terry used to always talk about this stream of consciousness shit. If you think of it, then anybody can think of it. And literally after a session of me just trying it all day, Nico's first Cash for Tricks video came out, and Jeremiah Hopf did it off a kicker on a super short line, which I was always like so core about like short line. I'm not doing it. I should have just made it easier.
But you wouldn't have been happy though. That's the
I
thing.
know.
That's
I don't know why.
the line though.
Yeah, I don't know.
do you think
Nowadays,
about
I don't know if I would care.
What do you think about super? There's got to be a point where it doesn't count though. In my
There's
opinion.
got to be.
There has to be, because at a certain point you're just dangling from the air.
It's true. At a certain point, it's like kiteboarding without the slow speed. You're still going fast.
Needing to control the kite. You're just freaking doing. You can do whatever.
Exactly. I don't know. That's why I didn't like it. If you're on a normal rope, no one can dispute it. Yeah. It's not that I didn't like it, like the Bretta's edit. I never knocked it, but they did they did like 20 tricks that have never still been done to this day. But their cable's like 30 meters above the water, and they're running a super short rope, and they're just dangling, and it is, I mean, it's so sick. So I'm not knocking it, but it's like, is it okay? No one else is doing that, and if we all did that, you're just like dangling from like the carrier, and a lot of us could maybe do a lot more crazy flips and stuff, but I wouldn't have felt good at that time. For sure, I wouldn't have felt good about it. Now it's like, I don't know. I don't know if I would care, but I don't know if I would make myself do that.
You wouldn't do it. That's the thing.
I just wouldn't do it.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. All right. We're moving into Valdosta. You're mentioning it. So like, let's dive into Valdosta Wake Compound and the idea generation of this cable.
Yeah. So, like I said before, I was always looking at these European contests with the pool gaps and the metal rails. And obviously I was looking at snowboarding and skateboarding and stuff. And it's just like, to me, everything back then was homemade. Every park. So it wasn't that crazy what we were planning, but it was kind of like trying to set a new standard with the pool gaps and stuff like that. But we couldn't really do that until we got the full cable. So like when we basically the way it all started was when we were in college, Luke and I were roommates, and we were just like Fuel TV was huge. We were watching Fuel TV every day. So many good shows. Alliance had a show, and then these like New Pollution. It was like all the Groms and Camp Woodward. I mean, we're older than all these kids, but it was so sick. I'm like, I wish I was a kid and had this, you know? So Luke and I would just talk about all these cool ideas while we're playing foosball and stuff. And eventually we were like, dude, we just need to write this shit down just in case we can make something happen one day. And it wasn't necessarily always a cable park. It was just like, we're saying too much shit all the time that we should at least write it down and document it. So I don't know. It could be anything. And at a certain point it became a cable park, and we were like, you know, if we can put all these ideas into a business plan, we might have something here. So we kind of just did that. We decided one day a week we would try to remember all the dumb shit we'd talked about all week and more, and then just kind of add it all into sort of like a spreadsheet or just a document and just compile it. So that was kind of how it started, and it was just basically just us saying things, just us saying a bunch of things. And at a certain point, we kind of realized this could be something. We could turn this into a cable, and, you know, we just need investors and figure all the logistics out on how it could actually happen. But these are some unique ideas. And so when we graduated, Luke got a job in like corporate America. I think he was working for Tractor Supply, and I was kind of working on getting this business plan like together to like, and trying to find a place to do it. And so I was at Gravity, and Alex Graydon came, and he was my homie because of Shred Ready. And he was like, what are you going to do since you graduated? And I was like, I'm going to open a cable park in Atlanta. And he's like, oh, that's sick. And at that time, we were kind of linking up. That was like a weird, like I said, the timeline's so hard to remember, but there's like a time period where there's like the Shred Ready days where they were coming to Gravity a lot while I was there, and we all became super tight, Jeff and Alex and everything. And they came back like a week later, and Alex was like, hey, you don't got to worry about opening that cable in Atlanta anymore. I just went up there, met with Austin Singleton, and he said he's going to cut a check for it. He's going to open a cable park in Atlanta. And I'm like, for me? He's like, no, he's just going to open a cable park up there. And I was like, well, that's what I wanted to do. I didn't really like want to just like work at a cable park in Atlanta. Like, I was trying to open a cable park. So as soon as that happened, it was kind of like pull the ripcord, find a new place. And, you know, we were from Valdosta. There's not a lot to do down there. The climate is a lot more, you know, manageable all year. And so that was kind of, and it's a lot cheaper, like overall, not just land, but like living, food, everything. So kind of just bailed on it. It was like, I'm not trying to like step on toes, you know. It was a really weird situation.
I had no idea about this Atlanta thing.
Yeah, it was really weird. You know, I don't even know if Alex remembers or knows about how that like affected things, but I was just like, okay, well, cool. Like
going somewhere else.
Yeah, it was so strange, but yeah. So we ended up looking down in Valdosta. We talked to some guy literally right across from the park. If you get off the exit, there's another pond right across the interstate on the opposite side of the interstate. And that guy was like really wanting us to do it there. And then right when we weren't exactly about to sign the contract, but we were pretty far in negotiations. He kind of indicated that he wanted to push us into his marshland and not do it on the perfect pond he already had, and wanted to fill the pond with the dirt that we would dig from his marshland, which, like, if you know anything about like development, like marshland is actually extremely difficult to develop. Not just physically, but logistically. The county or city or whatever does not like you to mess with.
Was that more protected than like a normal? Okay, that makes sense.
So it's like, you're messing with marshland. You're getting like ridiculous permits that probably cost an insane amount of money. So once that happened, we were screwed, basically. We were like back to square one. And then one day we were down there. I don't remember why. And I think I was with my parents. Maybe we were going to, because we had always, like I said, we went to McCormick's on our way to Thanksgiving to go to Sarasota to visit my family friends. I think I was with my family, and we just like pulled off the same exit just to like look at that property, just to be like, this is where we were thinking about doing this thing. And we pulled up, and the other side of the road had the for sale sign and a pond that was just sitting there, which wasn't enticing at all. It was just like, there's property here. And so we called the number to see like what was going on with that property. And that guy, Rick, who owns a lot of the property between where we're at and the road now, he was just like super interested in it. And he was like, if you're the first, you know, I've been trying to sell this property for a while. If you're the first ones to buy, then I'll give you a really good deal on it. And in the interim, while you figure out all this stuff with the county for the big cable and the pools and all that stuff, I can let you set up on a lease agreement on that front pond with your small cables. Like, he somehow got, like, nobody gets this stuff, like cable stuff. So he somehow got that the small cables were separate from the big cable and was just like, oh yeah, you said you have small cables, you can run those on this small pond, which was kind of crazy that he got that. Normally that'd be like our idea or something.
A long explanation of it.
Yeah. So he somehow brought that up, and we're like, all right. So the whole time we were at that little pond doing that, we were planning and getting permission and permits and all that stuff to dig and do the big lake. So the small pond was always just temporary.
How much acreage are we talking about this whole property?
The whole property that he has?
Well, that he has, and then what you bought, and also what you leased, I guess.
I think he has like over 300 acres, and then we bought 30 acres. And what we leased was probably like 10.
So the lease was probably somewhat cheap, I would imagine, because it was just, like, he's like, hey, set these up on the pond.
Like 1,000 or 2,000 a month, maybe.
Okay.
I can't remember exactly, but yeah, it was, same as what you'd pay rent at anywhere, pretty much.
And are you living there?
For a while.
So what's the living situation like? Because it's you and Luke, right?
Yep. Not great. I mean, it was, we had a great time, but living situation,
you're young, you're excited to get the business going, but
yeah, we so there's 2 buildings on the property already. They required us to add a $10,000 bathroom, even though we had a grandfathered in bathroom that we wouldn't have had to add anything to, but they were just like, oh, since you're opening a business, you have to do this. And then they also required us to add 2 handicap spots, one of which had to have access to the cable from the opposite end of the lake. So that was another expense. And it was kind of a pain in the ass to get the 2.0 started, almost more than the full cable, just because we didn't have the big players involved. Once we got the full cable going, we got the right people who were digging it, and they were like, we'll call the county for you, and got it all squared away. But for the 2.0, me and Luke were living in bunk beds in I wouldn't even call it a 1-bedroom, but it's like basically a shed.
Like a tiny studio.
A tiny studio.
Yeah.
Like, it was like the whole building was as big as this room. The whole building was as big as well.
Not a huge room. We're talking 15 by 15 maybe. I don't know. Something like that.
Yeah. And so luckily we did have that inside bathroom, and then the outside bathroom was what we had to add. That was kind of on the porch. So we did have our own bathroom for just us. So, I mean, didn't really matter, but it was like at least we had our own spot, kind of. But it was so ridiculous, dude. We'd wake up every morning at like 4 a.m., tree frogs in the windowsill, just like, and then after that, like 7 a.m., because the dude who owns all the property had a tomato farm. I don't know if that's what you call it, but tomato something or other, tomato farm. They're growing tomatoes. And these ladies, it's like part of kind of a rehab center or something. And so these ladies would pull up in this scary, creaky ass van every morning at like 6:45 or 7. So it was like the frogs would wake you up at like 4. You'd fall back asleep, and kind of like right when you fall back asleep, you'd hear this like, and this van's pulling by the house, and they're like going to these tomato farms or like tomato field that's like right behind us. So it was like every day we'd get woke up twice early as hell. And then it's Valdosta, so in the summertime you just like open the door and it's just like a magnifying glass from the sun just scalding you as soon as you open the door. So it was rough. But then we also had the pro shop. So if there was ever like a bunch of people in town, it was kind of sick. Like we had people just stay in the shop, and Terry lived in the shop for a while, and a few other people. And it was, we were all young, so it was easy to manage as far as like having friends.
I don't have
stay.
wives and kids.
Yeah,
Different.
Nobody was like too good for it or anything. It was just like everybody's just cool with sleeping on an air mattress in the shop or on the couch, and we had a lot of people in back then too. It was pretty
So
sick.
from the get-go, your plan is to have a full-size cable, though. Like that's the plan. It's not, okay, we're going to start with a couple two towers, see how it goes. If it's working, we go to full-size. It was the start of the plan was full-size.
Yeah.
Go there. And so where are you getting money? So are you getting investors for this? How's that whole situation financially work?
Yeah, so I had saved a bunch of money and had like some stocks that I had sold when I graduated. So I purchased one of the 2 cables, and then we got Wes Bearden to invest. And so once Wes Bearden invested, my dad kind of was like, oh, somebody believes in you.
That's not me. That's not
It's
related
me.
to you. Yeah.
Yeah. So then my dad kind of helped out and got that going. And then we ended up, for like the full cable and stuff, getting like a bank loan. But that was a nightmare in itself. It was like everybody told us we needed to try to get a bank loan in the town we're in. And that just turned into just
To like appease the people that are around you.
yeah, and like make
Hey, we're getting one locally.
Yeah, exactly. And you would think they would be stoked about it, but it was like turned into, they only like look at these things once a year when you're trying to get a bank loan, like the board of these banks. So if you don't get it, or like one person says they don't want to do it, you have to wait a whole year. So that kind of like screwed us over one time. And then after it was, 2 times. And the second time we were like, all right, we're going to a big city and getting a bank loan. And it was like way easier. It was insane. It's just like, are you fucking kidding me?
Don't make it hard. Come on.
It was insane. Like, I mean, it was just like,
Trying to be loyal here.
we had like a banker who, you know, they're telling us what we need to do. And then they're like, I got everybody on board. This should be a shoe-in. And then one person just didn't quite understand it, pulls the
Water skier.
the down, yeah, exactly. Pulls the like thumbs down on it, and it has to be unanimous.
Yeah.
So they pull the thumbs down, and it's a whole year you gotta wait. So then this guy's like, all right, we got it all sorted out, guaranteed next year, it's good to go. Well, that bank gets a brand new president, and then the day they vote, the president says, anything that's on the voting board today that has been on the voting board before, I'm throwing out. And didn't say it until that day. So we waited a whole year to just be told, like, sorry, we already said no.
We're not even going to look at it again.
I'm like, are you kidding? It was like the worst. Like, because our banker was cool. Like, he really believed in what we were doing.
Yeah.
So we ended up going to Atlanta and kind of getting it right away. So that was unfortunate. But the way I got my dad involved was because he had always said that when he retired, he wanted to open a slalom ski school. And I was like, that's not going to be a good move. This will be a better move. And this guy believes in us. So, I mean, that was Wes believing in us was kind of what really got him involved. But like, I had it in the back of my mind, like, wait, he wanted to open a slalom.
This is adjacent. This is right there.
Yeah, it's adjacent, and like a slalom ski school right now, like it's not gonna be that poppin', like unless you're Andy Mapple, rest in peace. But you know, you're not just like opening a slalom ski school and being profitable business, unless there's some slalom skiers in the comments that can tell me how. But
I don't know. Maybe they've got an Aqua Park attached to it. Maybe.
hey, that's not a slalom ski school. That's an Aqua Park with the slalom ski
Well,
school.
you better watch your words there, because I think you guys are opening up Aqua Park, huh?
Yeah, that's an Aqua Park. I never said it was a slalom ski school.
So, okay. I mean, I just touched on it. So I want to continue on the early days of the full size and everything with that, but I think it's a good time to mention you guys are working on an Aqua Park at Valdosta right now, or what's the situation with that?
It's being shipped. I think it's being packed up today, and should be here in around a month. So yeah, there should be an Aqua Park.
So
Valdosta Wake Compound.
where is it going? What was what sparked the idea of getting this thing installed? And
Just trying to have some kind of disposable revenue that we can like put back into the wakeboard park. You know, it's wakeboarding is such a niche thing that it's just, I don't know. Andy Oak said it best, you know, you'd be stupid not to do it. It's like they're complementary activities. It's going to get people into wakeboarding. It's going to get people out there. And if it can make you money to put back in your wakeboard park and you're like a passionate wakeboard park owner, I just think it's a great thing to add, you know?
Yeah.
And
I agree. So speaking of the Aqua Park, though, where is this going? Because for those who haven't been to a Valdosta Wake Compound, which you just elaborated or alluded to some people not being there, you should go if you haven't.
yeah,
Come on. It's one of the funnest wakeboard parks in the world, without a doubt. But you guys have a full-size lake, which is large, with an island and a couple pools. And then you have a Wakeskate 2.0, and then you have a Wakeboard 2.0.
Yes.
So, and the Wakeskate 2.0 is obviously less crowded than the rest of the park. So where is this Aqua Park going? Kind of how big is it?
It's going to be it's going to be at the end of the Wakeskate 2.0. And because pretty much the Wakeskate 2.0 has a pool gap with a dam and rails, you know, and then it's a long 2.0. Both of our 2.0s are 800 something feet, 834.
Yeah, I'll put in some videos of these running. So
yeah, I think they're like 834 from tower to tower. So it's longer than you need, especially generally the wake skating. And we usually run beginner lessons on the Wakeskate 2.0 below the dam. And when you run them all the way to the end, it's kind of hard to coach because they're so far away. So we usually stop them halfway anyway. So we were just kind of like, let's just use the second half of that lake. It'll be less than half, but it'll, you know, for the Aqua Park, it'll be less than half. So you'll have more than half of the lake for rookie lessons in the Wakeskate 2.0. But yeah, that's where it's going to start. And, you know, there's potential for more. There's some of these Aqua Parks make like single features that are an Aqua Park in one, basically. So like you have like one feature from an Aqua Park that could hold like 40 people or something like that. So
yeah, because for people who don't know, Aqua Parks are based on capacities based on what they rate each feature.
Yeah.
Like how many people can fit on it. So like you have this one feature, 4 people you can fit on it. So if you get 4 of those, you have 16 people, etc.
Right. So in the main cable, you know how our island is in the shape of like an H. So in the top and bottom of where the hash mark of the H would be, there's room to do a couple big features too. So
kind of like standalone type features.
Yeah. So there's potential. That's not really in the plans.
Yeah.
But like if this goes off, then we could, you know, expand by having like private parties rent out a big feature on either side of that. And, you know, there's room to expand, so to speak. So
definitely.
We're just considering anything, you know.
Do you think 10 years ago you would have gotten Aqua Park?
I don't think so. But I also think that 10 years ago, people were more inclined to do things. And
as in things that are challenging and things that...
Yeah. Not that Aqua Park isn't doing
effort.
things.
Oh, for sure. It's just
Yeah.
It's kind of a more dulled down version, for sure.
Yeah.
It is.
It's the barrier to entry is 0. If you can wear a life jacket and float in the water, you can do the Aqua Park, you know. You'll get cooked if you don't do anything else because it's not like running around a floating obstacle course is easy.
No, it's actually really not. It's actually very hard and they're slippery and you fall and it's, I'm not going to say it's fun for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go do it every day like wakeboarding, but
you might do it every now and then.
It's a workout, dude. I'll tell you that. Mixing a couple Twisted Teas beforehand. Obviously don't do that if you're at a public place.
Not at Valdosta Wake.
Not at Valdosta or anywhere else. But, all right. So we're talking the cable though, full size. So you said that, you had initial plans of having the, water gaps or land gaps, however you want to call it, land gaps, I guess you could say. Mm-hmm. Where did that inspiration come from
That was like the Europe thing from seeing those contests and going to FISE and all that. That was 100% where it came from. And slope style snowboarding for sure.
Yeah. Did you have any pushback when you had that idea or when you were talking to people about that? They were like, you should absolutely not do a land gap at a full size cable.
Yeah, I guess so. The people in charge of the cables, the people from the cable companies said, it wouldn't work. And it was non-negotiable.
Yeah, it's obviously there. So what were the reasons, I guess, that, they were like,
on the full size, it wasn't like a no from them,
like,
but
hey, we
it
don't
was
think
just
it's a good
like this probably won't work or shouldn't work.
yeah.
Because the handle's falling apart. And I was like, if that's the reason, that's just what it's going to be, because we have to have it. And I kind of thought more people would have done it by now and kind of followed suit with even the 2.0s, but it just hasn't really. I mean, some people have done it, obviously, but like it just, the 2.0 thing, I think it's the same situation with like not wanting to build their own features. You just need, if you're opening a cable or run a cable or whatever, you need like a crew that like knows what they're doing. And if they don't, it's just easier not to take those chances. And so yeah, I think that's kind of like why more people don't have that. But yeah, the biggest thing I think was the handles, and then the 2.0s. I didn't even listen when they said it wouldn't work. I was like, I already know it's gonna work because I've ridden pool gap setups and all that stuff. So yeah,
we're good there. You don't need to you don't need to lecture me on this one, bud.
Yeah, and the neighbors across the street, they're the ones who dug the lakes and everything. So they kind of told us that the clay we had was perfect for it. The biggest thing I think was erosion outside of like handles and obviously like humans hitting it. But
yeah,
the biggest thing was the erosion. And when we were about to open, we were like really far along, and Sam or somebody was like, you guys need this, and this as far as
like liners. Yeah.
It was like $800,000 in liners. And I'm like tripping. And the neighbor's like, you're fine. You got the clay you need. You're fine. And I'm like,
say no more.
I like tell Sam, I'm like, neighbor said we're fine. They're digging the lake. And he's like, I'll believe it when I see it. And he shows up and he's like, you guys are fine. Can't believe I'm saying it, but you guys are fine. That's it.
There you go.
Yeah, it was crazy when they dug it. It was like crystal clear water. Couldn't even tell there was water in the lake. It was crazy.
It was that it retained it that well, and there wasn't any.
Yeah, it's like spring fed, so we didn't have any external water coming in. And when they dug it, it was like bladed, so it was like looked like red marble. So somebody like pointed at it the first day we went out there, and there's water, and they're like, look how clear the water is. I'm like, there's not water out there. And they're like, yeah, there's like knee deep water out there. And I had to literally walk in the water to figure out that there is actually water.
Yeah.
It's pretty insane.
Wild. So, I mean, this is a revolutionary, concept, I guess you could say, to bring to a 2-tower and full-size cable. What was the riders' reaction to all this? The response from the community, the people who rode both the full-size and the 2 towers as they were getting fired up?
It was pretty solid. I mean, I think everybody loved everybody's just like, I can't believe that nobody's done this yet. And then the 2.0 is still like, it's crazy that more people don't ride it. People are just so intimidated by it. But when you ride a 2.0, you can stop anywhere. And when you have land gaps everywhere, you can really stop anywhere, and it's easy. So it's just, that's still a struggle for us. If it was me, like in my college days and all that, that's all I would be doing is riding. I mean, still, obviously, but like as a customer, all I would want to do is ride the 2.0. Not that the full cable's not incredible, but 2.0, it's like you can film and do everything so easily. But I think people are just so intimidated because they see it as one big thing instead of like several little things along other things. I don't know.
Yeah, they kind of see it. I'm trying to compare it to like at the top of like a snowboard park. Like you got like 8 rails in a row. It's like, no, they're not 8 rails that you have to hit in a row. It's like you hit this rail.
Yeah.
Stop if you don't want to hit the next one. If you're going to whatever. Like, but
exactly.
But people, I guess, and that brings a point that I'm thinking of right now is like, do you think maybe you guys skipped a level? Not in the sense that you should have done it differently, but like the riders themselves aren't used to these pool gaps with things in between them. Do you think like, and I don't know if I want to bring unit into this, but like if unit had like or if your entrance and exit of your current pool or a different pool that's a similar size at a different park was like very mellow, easy to get used to like the different, elevation change, hopping into a pool, hopping out of a pool.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I guess I'm asking is like did you like skip a part of the progression of that at your park? Not saying that you shouldn't have, but it almost seems like you did almost.
We did 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, not that it's the level is there because the first gap is small, second gap is big, third gap is small, fourth gap is big, but you can go around it. And we designed it this way, but it's grass and people think the grass is lava. And so that's a problem. But it's like, to me, when we were building it, we can't not skip a level because by the time everything catches up, we'll be behind. And for me, I'm like, we have 830 feet or whatever between these towers. We need as many pool gaps as we can because there's no point. There's literally no point in having a full cable with full of features and then having a single feature that's not going over a pool gap on the 2.0. It's a complete waste of space, 100%. So when we designed it, I mean, we just had to accept that we were kind of skipping a level, but it had to be, like, for me, it had to be done. I mean, I don't know if you saw like the old videos of me and Cody and Terry winching through the pools when they were just dirt.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But yeah, like that was when we were like, holy shit, it's going to work. Like, obviously there was no cable there yet, but there was ponds and yeah, we had to. It's a slope style course.
Yeah.
And the fact that people don't call it that is a travesty.
So that's what you would like that discipline of the sport to be called is like slope style?
Yeah. Why not? It's the same. It's literally the same.
Okay.
To me. I mean, I don't see a difference other than it's frozen. You see zebra at it?
I did. On a snowboard and a wakeboard.
Exactly.
I didn't see any jumps though.
There is a jump. It's right next to the container. It's got a huge...
That's a good point. That is a good point.
And there's one on the other
on the
side.
left side. Yeah, there is. That's a solid point. Okay, so your business partner, Luke Tilt, is a wake skater.
Mm-hmm.
You're a wakeboarder.
Mm-hmm.
Was there ever any, when it comes to building features or the design of the park or anything, was there ever any butting heads in terms of, hey, I think we should do this feature, or nope, I think we should do this feature because it's wakeboard, wakeskate, anything like that?
There's definitely been butting heads. Luke and I have been roommates since sophomore year of college. So, like, we've had to figure each other out for a long time. And then it was like friends being roommates, figuring each other out, and then business partners being business partners and friends figuring each other out. So there's definitely been that, but we've really figured each other out. And as far as like features go, we're usually pretty good. Like, he gets stoked when we're coming up with a good wakeboard feature, and I'm usually also trying to think of how the wake skaters can hit something as well, because I love wake skating too. I don't do it all the time, but like watching people do it is one of my favorite things for sure. So that's not been such a issue, I don't think. I think it's more so just like managing what gets built when.
Okay.
More so,
Yeah, that makes sense. I got another Patreon question from none other than Bobby Sutherland. Commish Bobby.
The commish.
And it's kind of coming off the back of what you were just talking about. And he's wondering, what is the keys to success to working with all of your friends, even being a brother or father figure to some of them? So what are the keys to success with keeping the separation of relationships and running a business? It sounds difficult.
I wish I knew. I don't know. Cody Hess he told me I was like the Michael Scott of wakeboarding, and that used to really offend me. Like I used to get pissed when he'd say that, but I kind of get it now, I guess, because I'm like trying to make sure everybody's happy at some point. Not always, but you know, at a certain point. But I don't know. I think the key is just like checking on each other and like not being too big for your britches type of deal. It's like everybody's trying to do their thing, and just because you're the owner doesn't mean you're like too good to like level with somebody and just like talk to them about what's going on with them, I guess. I don't know. I think that getting everybody's input is really important. When we're building stuff, I try, and it's taken a long time to figure that stuff out too. So there's definitely been times where it hasn't been like that, but I've kind of learned that it helps to really listen to everybody's opinion and ask for their opinions on stuff, almost sometimes to a fault, to where you already have a way of wanting to do something in your mind. You're building something or doing something, and you just still ask everybody like how they think it should be done. And sometimes I feel like as the boss, you should just take control and do it. But it feels like it's better when you just kind of ask to like give people the opportunity to
Feel heard.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's helped a lot, just being able to do that and giving them the chance to do their own thing, you know, like that's part of why the 2.0 is so sick too. People can just build their own stuff and not really have to do too much worrying about what we're going to say, unless they're obviously like, if there's a big event or something we're trying to do, you're not going to like build something on top of a gap that we're planning for something. But if we're just not in that time, you can build whatever, whenever, and nobody's going to be like, what are you doing over there? You know, it's just like, you know, Todd just built a tree rail on the last gap, and I'm psyched to hit it. And you know, when he was building it, I was psyched to see it. So I don't know. It's just like trying to find that balance of like not just being the boss, still having to be the boss, but then it's like everybody's people, so everybody's just the same, you know, like we're all just existing on the planet, so nobody's better than anybody else. And if they're involved in your thing, it's kind of an honor to have somebody like care about your thing. Like when I see somebody like give a shit about the park who works there, or even who doesn't work there, that like means more to me than anything. So I'm going to try to make sure I don't like burn that bridge, or, you know, try to hear what they have to say or get their opinion to try to make the place a better place, or the park a better place. So,
okay. Speaking of the people who are there and working there and involved, how does the work to ride program like work at Valdosta? Because you've run a very unique operation, I guess you could say, that not a lot of other parks can do. Maybe here and there, some have, you know, had success with it, but you know, how does that work, you know, at Valdosta?
I guess it kind of is dependent on each situation. It can change, but generally, if we have a spot that you can live, we try to provide you like housing and kind of the opportunity to be able to ride and do what you want with wakeboarding. You obviously have to want to be a wakeboarder, you know, to do it, or it's not worth it for you. But yeah, we try to provide like a place to stay, so you don't have to really pay rent or bills. And then we try to give you the opportunity to ride as much as you can. It's pretty limited, not limited, but it's pretty like minimal amount in comparison to like a real job as far as like hours go. It's like usually 5 hours or so a day. And then you get 2 days off a week. And so it's like pretty chill. And, you know, work at a cable park can be a lot sometimes, but it can also be not very much, you know, some yard work or driving the cable type of things.
Yeah.
But, you know how it is at a cable park. Some days something shit hits the fan and you got to climb the tower and start pumping on some turfers or chain hoists or something. So it's kind of like you're expected to be able to handle when it gets crazy, but it's usually pretty mellow, and it works out pretty good for the most part if you're into it, you know. It's not for everybody, for sure. But yeah, it definitely has been good to us, and I think it's been good to other people as well. We are we're stoked on everybody who's done it. There's definitely been a couple of bad apples in the batch, but I'd say like overall,
You're gonna get those.
yeah, overall I think we've done pretty good. So
so the park has obviously evolved a lot, you know, since its beginning. And I did hear that there was rumblings of maybe a plan for a boat lake, or if somebody was interested in building a boat lake at your, 30 acres or 33 acres, however, you would be open to it. Is that still the case?
yeah, I mean, if there's room for it, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I wouldn't want to build it. But
Where would it go
they'd have to probably buy some
Buy
land.
some more.
Yeah. But that land's all for sale. So if somebody wants to. It's just sitting there. And we got the best clay you can possibly get.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Clay.
The clay. It holds the water. You don't need a liner. None of it.
How many people who come to the park ask to ride for free or expect to ride for free?
I think that the word has gotten out to where not nearly as many as
Don't
there
you
used
fucking
to
do
be.
that. I was going to say, has it gotten a little better?
I think I've run my mouth on that plenty. Yeah, a lot. It used to be a bigger problem. It wasn't really a problem, but definitely annoyed me because we were supposed to be the park that you would want to go if you're a pro rider. And if you're a pro rider, if you're actually a professional wakeboarder, and you're at least in America, I don't know how taxes work in other countries, but in America, you can write all this shit off on your taxes. And you should. If you don't, you should. You can, because you are doing this. So you can write all your
Goddamn right, I'm doing that.
write all your passes at every wake park off on your taxes. I'm not a tax expert, but I know that is how it works. So to me, I'm like, if you're trying to support this industry, would you go on a boat and not bring a 5-gallon thing of gas if you're a pro wakeboarder? Like, it's probably the same as an hour pass, at least. So to me, it was just always like super offensive that people would just be like, I'm a pro. And I'm just like,
I guess, how does that situation go down? Like, what, you don't have to name specific names of people, but like, what does that instance look like when does the guy just walk in and he's like, hey, I'm here for my pass, I'm so-and-so?
Yeah, kind of. That I don't remember anymore because this has really been a while.
Yeah, yeah.
This hasn't been really an issue. I really was vocal about it in the earlier days. So
As you should have been.
I talked some shit for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's kind of how it was. Like, oh, you don't have like a pro pass, or just people just name dropping. Like, I don't know. It's just weird because like not everybody there is like everybody there is like in the sport, but not everybody there is like a full student of the sport where they like know every single rider all the time. And like Luke, he don't give a shit if you come up in there and tell him you're Rusty Malinowski or whatever. Like, he's going to be like, okay. And same with me. But like, if you're some obscure pro wakeboarder, Luke's not going to know or care, you know? So it's just like, it's just offensive when we put everything we have into making the best wake park that we can possibly make. And so when somebody comes in and is just like, hey, I'm really good at wakeboarding, let me ride for free, and it's like the most offensive thing you can say, basically. Oh, well, you're so good that you can't afford to pay for your pass.
Yeah, it's either one or the other, bud. You can't be both.
Yeah, like, come on, dude. So Yeah, that used to be a lot more of a problem. It's not such a
That's
big
good.
deal
That's a
now.
good thing that
Yeah.
that has
I think
fizzled
people
out.
get it, or they just don't come.
One or the other.
They either get it or they just don't come. But I think most people get like the support thing. But to me, it's like if you're going to any cable park and you're a pro cable rider, like you should want to pay those people. Like
Couldn't agree more.
that is like so frustrating to me. Like if I go to West Rock or anywhere else, I'm like trying to pay, like no matter what, and they should let me pay. And it's not like it's not a problem because it's my job to go wakeboard, and you have the boat that I'm going to go wakeboard behind, and it needs gas to run. So here's your money for your gas.
Yeah.
Like it's literally just not even, it's not it. If you were a pro rider and you just went behind another pro rider's wakeboard boat, you're going to pay them for gas or put gas in it. So to me, it's absurd that people think that they deserve to just ride for free for being good at wakeboarding. And if they get it that way other places, that's cool. I don't think
Understand
there's
that.
any cable park that doesn't need all the funds they can get. You know, not that everyone's struggling, but I
Yeah.
think it's important to support the cable parks.
Yeah, and you should want to. That's the whole crux of the entire thing is like you should just want to
Mhm.
do this because if not, why are you? So you just want to take from
Yeah.
like a small business owner? That's
Exactly. Exactly.
That's in your industry. That's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's so wild, but yeah,
If it's
like
not
I
an issue
said,
that much
it's not
anymore, that's
such an
good,
issue
so.
anymore. I haven't experienced that in a while. There were some prank calls a couple of years ago that were a little extreme, but I hope they were prank calls. We'll say that anyway.
I think it's time to do a segment called Deserve Some Love. That's presented by Driftline. So I'm sitting next to some Driftline shorts here today that I was rocking today at the cable. They have Driftline makes board shorts that are lined with a wetsuit liner, so it keeps you warm in those early morning sessions or in the spring and fall when it's, you don't want to put on a full suit because I don't like putting on a full suit. Just throw on some Driftlines. It'll keep you warm. Use code GRAB15 to get 15% off your order. So Deserve Some Love is just a segment where you can give love to someone who, whether it's a rider, someone that you worked with, anybody you've seen that, hasn't gotten the love they've deserved within the wakeboard industry or just life in general.
Oh my God. This could go 1,000 different ways.
And it doesn't have to
Hunter.
you don't have to limit it to one person or
I'm going to just start with Luke, my business partner.
that's a great one.
He deserves some love for sure. He's out there grinding with me all the time. He's not a pro rider or anything. He's a passionate wake skater and still loves wakeboarding and puts it all into it. So I gotta say, definitely Luke. There's so many.
Luke Tilt's a great one though.
Luke Tilt.
That's a great one.
Wes Bearden. He's done a lot for a lot of people and myself especially. And he's my godfather, and I'm his son's godfather.
There you go.
So that's another good one. And Ben Horan.
Ben Horan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Love it.
I know he gets love, but
Just
he's been
a
out
little
of
bit
the
more
scene,
love.
out of the scene for a while,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deserves a little bit more love. Love that.
Y'all coming up don't know who Ben Horan is. Get on.
Oh,
the
there's a
books,
lot of
dude.
stuff you can watch.
Get
Ben
on
Horan,
the books, dude.
Yeah. Matt Menzari was talking about Ben Horan. Best kickflip.
I know.
Undisputed.
Well, honestly, if I listened to that and when I heard that question, there was one answer and he got it right. So,
And I knew he would, but it's just like you gotta ask those questions.
I
It's
know.
fun to hear,
I was hoping that that's what you were alluding to with the question because I was like, there's only one answer, Hunter.
Undisputed here.
Undisputed.
And there are some good kickflips out there. I will say that.
Yeah.
There are some
But
good
nobody's
kickflips.
better. And he did one at Valdosta Wake Compound 2 days ago.
He rolled through. Got some laps.
He did. Wakeskate weekend.
Beautiful.
Yeah. It was spectacular.
You saw it in person live in the
Yeah.
flesh.
He was there. It was so sick.
Amazing. Speaking of some funny stories, you had some words on the X Games, Real Wake, back when it did happen. So I'm wondering, do you think if Real Wake came out again, would you get an invite?
No, I don't think so.
Why's that?
Well, maybe if certain companies weren't involved, I guess. I think I upset people. It was so absurd. I literally said what everyone was thinking, and then everybody listened, but they blackballed me. I was I was told year 2, 3, whatever, the second or last year that Real Wake was a thing. It was the year I got that cover that I gave you.
Yeah.
So I was told that I was supposed to be in that year's Real Wake. And they had already made their list and everything, and I was on there. And they even gave me the heads up. My friends who worked there, they gave me the heads up to like kind of plan these dates because they knew I had the park, so they were like trying to give me a little extra heads up so I could like take
Schedule
the time.
it out, yeah.
And so they went in the meeting with everybody and the main company that was involved in X Games. That's not X Games. So if X Games is still trying to do this, we're all good. But they were like, "Oh, that guy, we are not letting him in our contest." And that was the end of it. So I don't think as long as those people are involved, I'll be involved in X Games. I would love to. It was a dream of mine for sure. I was super stoked when they told me that I was on the list, and I had kind of told some, Luke and some of the homies, Wes, I was like, you're going to be my filmer, obviously, and I'm trying to do it for sure. But, yeah, it was pretty disappointing to hear that, especially because what I said was,
What did you say? What were you talking about?
It was on some stupid-ass Instagram page that doesn't even exist anymore. That was trying to do an online magazine, and it was like, the problem was it was the first comment. So you're back in the day, the first comment stayed at the top, So it was the first comment stayed at the top, and it was abrasive the way I said it. It was definitely not very nice, and I own that, and I apologized to everybody that I offended, made peace one-on-one with every single person that lashed out in the comments, and we're all good. But yeah, I just said it was the whole. So X Games Real Wake was a branch off of all the real contests. So the snowboard contest, already a huge fan. Skateboard contest, already a huge fan. My cousin did the snow ski contest. He's a pro snow skier, already a huge fan. So I knew what to expect. And then I saw the riders list, and I also knew what to expect from said riders list. But I really hoped that some of them would step up to what the real expectation was. The real X Games. You like that? Real expectation. So they just, it's not a boat contest. It's the snowboard contest is a street contest. This real street is the skate contest. So it's street. So to me, when I watch these contests, I wasn't against there being boat in it, but if you're going to have boat in it, you should have everything. If you want to compete, you can do your boat thing all day, but if you're competing in this contest, it's like doing a video contest for like best cable or winch and submitting a boat line, like it isn't.
No, it's like
sick.
it's like a real snow, and then you're just hitting the half pipe.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So
and even if you're doing MBDs in the half pipe, it's like, well, yeah, that's sick. Cool.
Yeah.
Like
cool. They made a half pipe at that mountain you went to. It's not the same as going in the streets and finding rails and natural booters or making booters over houses and shit. So yeah, it was just, I was super disappointed. The post was like a picture of Harley with a smoke bomb, and it was like, what did you guys think of the Real Wake Edits 2015? We're losing our minds, or something like that. And I'm like, I was losing my mind at how fucking stupid some of these, it was like very aggressive. So I don't remember exactly. It's probably on the internet. But yeah, so many people were mad. Like Jeff Weatherall or something was in the comments, like trying to get people to boycott Valdosta Wake Compound. And
That's aggressive.
So aggressive, dude. And I've like I said, like Noah Flegel. I'm just gonna drop the names that like were most impacted, like Noah Flegel, Dowdy, Steele, and maybe Rusty. But Rusty just scared me because he could beat the living shit out of me. So all he did was like post an emoji of like somebody going like this, and I'm like, oh, I'm dead, you know. But like everybody
just sleep with one eye open.
Yeah, but like we've seen each other since, and we didn't even talk about that. He's over it. I think
he doesn't give a shit. Dude,
he doesn't care. Yeah. But the other guys, I like personally talked to, apologized to, made sure we were all good. You know, I wasn't trying to like hurt their feelings, but to me, it was just a bad look for wakeboarding as a sport, because if you're a snowboarder or a skateboarder and you follow this Reel series and you see Real Wake and it's like the same thing as the thing you're doing, but it's wakeboarding.
It's got the logo, the name. It's the same event.
Half
right?
of the videos are not they're not doing what you're supposed to do. You know, like at least like Brenton, he had all three and it was great. Like some people had all three disciplines. That's great to me. I'm not against the boat, but if you're going to have the boat in that contest particular, you need all three because it's a street contest. So I don't think you should really have the boat, but if you're a boat rider and you're in it, then do it, but do it all. And then every contest after that, pretty much everybody did exactly what I said they should have done, which is all three, or at least winch and boat. So yeah, I got blackballed from X Games, and it was a bummer for sure. It definitely sucked, but I mean,
you took a bullet on that one though, because yeah. I'm hoping somebody else would have said something, but yeah. You know, it had to happen because that, like you said, maybe it's nothing against the riders themselves or the filmers or whatever. It's just the idea that is not what that video contest is.
Yeah.
It's not about smoke and mirrors and, you know, these goofy whatever this is. Like, it's about making your sport look the most legitimate as possible.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is.
It's literally a street contest. Like the skateboard, which is like arguably the rawest form of the board sports other than, I guess, surfing. But the skateboard is called Real Street. So it's a street contest. And there's incredible video parts in there, and they all won. Like for the most part, every winch part won, and that was the other thing that made my argument more valid. It was like you see what's happening, like and then if you're not gonna see it, you're just covering your eyes to the whole thing. It's like,
well, it's like the opportunity. Like if you're not gonna take this opportunity to do some crazy stuff on your wakeboard, well, okay, maybe the opportunity should go to someone who kind of sees the vision of what real wake is, you know? So that's also kind of a bummer.
I think that was kind of what got me so like upset in that moment. And I mean, obviously not just in that moment, but to make the post I made or whatever. It wasn't a post, it was a comment, but yeah, to say it, it was like, there's so many people who deserve the opportunity to be in this, and for you to just put out a set
to not take it seriously.
Boat.
That's kind of what it was.
That's how it felt.
You're not taking it seriously, and that's a bummer.
And I know that they put a lot into it, you know, like Rusty, like he had like a whole production and it just didn't go how he wanted to. But for me, it's like, and like Shota's was like, I don't even know what was happening, but if it was a Dior commercial or something, it would have been
Could
spectacular.
have fooled you.
It would have been insane. But yeah, it's just not the right.
It's like
venue,
you didn't
know?
understand the assignment.
Yeah,
situation.
Exactly.
You can leave it at that.
So, yeah, it was interesting. I mean, it sucks. I was like, I always, it was a dream to be able to get that and to have the opportunity, presented as if I was going to. But that being said, I kind of like had the feeling that it'd be like, I don't know, getting away with something if I did get let into it, because I knew I had burned a bridge when I did that comment or whatever.
Yeah.
But it was dirty. And that's part of why Ben Horan deserves some love, because he was I'll never forget this moment. We were at the park and I'm like devastated that the whole wakeboard world is like turning on me in this moment. And I'm like, on the verge of losing it. And I go in his little sick ass like VW bus thing. And I'm like, dude, everything is going bad. Like, no one's going to come here. People are trying to boycott Valdosta Wake Compound because of me. And like, they're all so upset because of this shit I said. And Ben just like looked at me. He's like, dude, why do you give a shit? And I'm like, because this is like everything I've worked for. Like this is like my business. And he's like, none of that's going to happen, dude. It's all good. It's the internet. It's all good. And I was just like, damn, you wise motherfucker. And yeah.
All wise Ben Horan.
Totally brought me back to earth on that, because I was like, it was bad. I was freaking out. I was like, I just ruined everything.
Yeah.
For sure.
And it always builds up bigger in your head than it actually is in real life.
Yeah.
It's just always how it goes, especially on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
Damn internet.
It was terrible. And like Jeff was the same too. I called Jeff McKee and was like, dude, I'm so sorry. And he's like, why? Like, it's okay. He didn't give a shit.
Whatever, dude.
I don't know why. Like, somebody needed to say it. So, yeah.
Okay. Speaking of Jeff and Slingshot, so I asked Wes this question, and I want to ask you the same question. Do you think without Space Mob, you would have gotten a pro model board?
No, I don't think so. I remember specifically telling my wife, who was my girlfriend at the time, China, big shout out. I remember in the early days of us kind of dating and stuff, being like, if I can keep growing with this company and like doing good, like I can kind of probably make a career out of like the wakeboard thing, but I'll probably never get a pro model because I'm already 25 or 26 or whatever at the time. I was like, nobody's getting a pro model after that. So, yeah, I don't know. But there is also like a period of time that was super weird. And maybe you can ask Jeff about it at some point. I don't know. It was really strange. So before I was like Wes and I had like linked up, there was like this weird time period where it kind of felt like me, Alex, and Ben were like kind of fighting for a pro model, but not on our own terms. It was kind of like a weird, like literally at Valdosta 2.0 days, first ever shoot, first time I ever shot with Bear. It was the terrain, 2015, first terrain. And Jeff gives us the terrain, and he's like, maybe Quinn and Alex should ride this and ride it like you're trying to make it your pro model or something. And like he literally said that
cryptic
to both of us. Like at the simultaneous, he said that, and we're both just like, it was super strange. Not very like Jeff, but kind of like Jeff, I guess. Like, I don't know. He's our boy, so I don't know. He just was trying to get the best out of us, you know? Yeah. So it was just really weird. I remember that moment and just like looking over at Alex like, you're going down, But no, it was like
Alex Graydon and Ben LeClaire.
Well, Ben wasn't there at that. I don't know why he wasn't at that. I don't think he was. But yeah, it was like maybe he was right. No, I don't think he was there. He lived in Canada, so it was harder. I don't think it was just weird. All three of us kind of felt like we were like next up, but they kind of didn't really, maybe they just we weren't even on the radar really.
Jeff just said some offhand comment.
He just said some offhand comment, but he did say that at that product shoot. And I was like, oh shit. Like now I actually am like trying to like compete with my friend, you know?
Yeah.
And I wasn't really trying to do all that, but yeah, it was really strange. So I guess it's possible, but I had already kind of come to the conclusion that it would never happen. Like, it's like, if I can like be a pro wakeboarder, that's probably as much as I'm getting out of this, because I'm already 20 whatever years old, and most people get them when they're like 15. So
yeah, true. Run it up early. We got another Patreon question from Garrett Cortez, and he's wondering, VWC has had a pretty unique and amazing impact on the sport as a whole. What helped create that VWC vibe in the early days, and what's the key to keeping it going strong in the future?
I guess just like the passion for what we're doing, and like looking to other influences, you know. It was never about trying to like I said, it was always about just like doing the slope style course and just trying to be, it was never about being ahead of anything. It was just really about being where we thought things should be. And so just continuing that path, and, you know, things evolve over time. So even now, if you look at the 2.0 now compared to where it was when we started, and the full cable even, it's just all evolved so much. So I think just the key is keeping everybody who's involved very passionate about like changing for the better when we do change things and add things. So
yeah,
I think it's just the passion.
Keep the passion. You know? Yeah, that makes sense.
Because we've all been passionate the whole time. There's never been like a
you can't fake it.
We don't care.
You can't fake it. That's the thing with passion. You're not faking it.
Yeah.
He's wondering also, what's your favorite hit or feature ever at VWC?
I would say right now the turf hip on the pool, just the corner of the turf that goes just on the inside of the pool gap. I've been having a lot of fun on that. But I would say probably my favorite of all time is the rooftop handrail. It's still there.
Has that ever moved?
No, it's posted. And
That's what I thought.
There's still tricks I haven't done on it, and probably never will.
What do you back one on? You think about that?
I got it.
You got that?
Yeah. I haven't.
Then what do you think about?
I don't think I got one. I have one on film, but I don't think I put one out yet.
I feel like I haven't seen it, but
No, I got it though. I'll do one for you tomorrow.
You will?
Yeah.
I won't do one, but okay.
No, I got it. I got it dialed.
Okay. That's a great feature.
Yep.
And also, how often is McKee making the Space Mob crew foil these days?
We have a foil. We were pretty hot on the foil for like a week or two. I need to.
You pumping? What's that? Are you holding onto the rope?
Hell no.
You got to get pumping.
2.0 foil all day.
Okay.
The motor on the foil 2.0 is down at the moment, so I have that as an excuse.
There you go. Yeah.
But I need to get out. I'm trying to ride some boat with some friends, the Glass family.
Foil boat.
Both.
You're going to hit the
Space Rover, the directional, so sick behind the boat.
You've ridden it behind the boat?
Yep. It's insane.
Well, we just had another Patreon question from Josh Dahlheimer. He's wondering when the last time you took a set was behind the boat.
When was the last time? June of... No. Last year. Sometime last year. I rode the newer shape behind the boat somewhere. I don't remember where, but I definitely did. That's a good question, Josh. I can't remember. But within the last 2 years ago in June or July on the slingshot trip with Cross and Adam, I definitely rode behind the boat on that trip. Oh, yeah.
That was it?
That was it.
Okay.
That was it.
And you're about to do a little bit more here soon.
There's something going on that I need to learn some like boat flips again for. So
you gonna be in a commercial or something?
Yeah,
actually,
maybe. I don't know if it'll be on like TV or anything, but somebody hit me up about it.
I gotta get a hold of that video when it goes out. Let's talk some videos here. Okay. So I want to go through two movies, Coalition sequel and trilogy. I'll start with the sequel. So opening clip, you eat shit.
Sequel?
The sequel. Yeah. Second one.
Yeah.
You break any ribs on that unit or what?
Yeah. I don't know how many. I didn't go to the doctor.
Just hurt to breathe for a while?
Oh yeah. I had to go to France 4 days after that for 2 weeks, I think.
Wow.
It was rough. They were disappointed.
See that clip, everything that could have gone wrong, I think kind of did go wrong there.
Yeah. The kicker tipped over when I hit it. If you watch it.
Oh, I'll have to watch it back.
We didn't think about that. We rebuilt the kicker like upside down, so the way it's like the wood underneath has got like an angle on it like this now. So when you hit it, it's like not gonna tip. But when we had it, it was like this, and it was sitting on just concrete. So when I hit it, it went like that, and I needed that bump. And that was literally the clip today when I was having my little meltdown at the winch spot. Not meltdown, but when I was,
mental battle.
When I was having that today, that was the clip that kept running through my mind because it was the same kicker, but it's flipped. And I knew it wasn't going to do that, but I just didn't want to do what happened in that clip. But yeah, that was terrible. That was probably one of the most car crash-like crashes I've had. And Wes jumped in without a hesitation. So that's my dog.
He knew it was bad.
He knew it was bad. It was as bad as it could have probably gone for the most part. Yeah, I didn't like that. I don't want to do that again. But
you shouldn't. I don't think you should plan on doing that again.
At some point, it's possible, but I don't want to.
You had a one-footed back 1 foot plant over the pipe.
Yeah.
How many tries does that unit kind of take there? Seems like
I think that was a first tee.
Really?
I think. Yeah.
Okay.
I think
so it wasn't a battle there with that one.
No, I think that was a first tee.
All right. I was just
Sometimes
curious.
my first tees are like surprising.
I'm just curious with the 1-footer ones because I feel like, maybe I don't do a whole lot of them. I haven't done one in a couple of years now, but
you got to bust them out, dude.
I got to get some grip tape like you. That's the way to do it.
Oh, yeah.
I see people raw dogging with 1-footers. That's insane.
That's insane.
That's
I get freaked out by that.
Yeah, you're asking for trouble.
They wanted me to 1-foot the basketball goal at yard sale, and I just didn't have any grip tape. And Dill just bossed up and did it, no grip tape. And I was just like I know I can do it, but I just want to know my foot's not going to slip.
Yeah, you're adding risk that you don't need to. Yeah. It doesn't make it any cooler that there's not grip tape on the board.
Yeah, for sure. But Dill handled it. I think he got the clip, I think.
He's got a lot of experience with that 1-footer.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially on the boat, too. That's even weirder.
No, Dill. I'm talking Dill Mead.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant Dill Miller.
Yeah, no, Dill Miller.
That doesn't surprise me about Dill Mead at all.
Dill Mead sent it.
That's not surprising.
I was tripping. I was like, because we were filming with Zeb and them in the morning, and Andy Oak was like, you should foot plant the backboard. And I was like, if I had grip tape, I would feel, and plus it was so high. So I'm like, coming down from that with no grip tape, it's like just asking to just like slip.
Yeah, dude, you're asking for trouble. So for anyone out there trying to 1-footers, absolutely put grip tape on.
Yeah. It's a game changer.
They're cool and they're fun. Put grip tape on.
Yeah.
You went to Argentina. Would you ever go back to wakeboard?
Yeah. just not to winch.
Shit, I should have been specific, I guess.
Yeah, I would wakeboard there at one of the parks that exists in Argentina, several of them, but I would not go back to winch.
Why is that?
The spots are very far apart. US is kind of far apart, but nothing like this. We're talking like 3 hours, best case scenario, between spots. Best case. We had some that were 6 to 8 hours just to get to the next spot. They run at their own pace there. They like to party. Super sick times, super sick vibes. But if you're going to winch, you kind of got to be on your shit. And when we went, we were on a mission. We'd already been filming a movie, and this was kind of like we have to film this movie in Argentina trip. So there was not like, we'll get a couple clips. It's like, we're here to finish this movie, basically. And we just weren't on the same wavelength. They were stoked we were there, wanted us to party with them and this and that, but we were not there to do that. And it was insane. I think several of us, myself included, had full-blown meltdowns. Tears were shed. It was brutal. It was insane. Well, the first thing we get there, and the winches didn't get out of the airport. We flew 2 brand new winches there, and they didn't even get out of the airport. So that was
a bad start.
A bad start. And we almost got them out of the airport. That was even worse. It was like, if they would have just like had them and we were like, no, it would have been easier to handle than like, here you go. And then like, hey, wait, where are you guys going with those? Oh, it was like literally the doors open. We saw all the homies like, yeah. And then like the doors closed. Oh, sorry. The doors closed. And then somebody's like, hey, where are you going with those? Come here. And then they're like, no, you're not taking these out of this airport.
It wasn't one of those situations you could be like, no, it's okay. It's good. We're going here. We're good. It's okay.
That's exactly what I did. Did not work. Okay. I was like, oh, no. We got these already from the thing over there.
Yeah, you just keep on. We're going.
We're
Yeah,
good.
yeah, we're good. Yeah,
I tried. No,
that's tough.
It was so tough, but it was a great experience. They don't eat. They do siesta for most of the day. So when you're winching in the morning and then you want to get lunch, everything's closed. So you don't get to eat lunch after winching or driving. And then
some hangry participants.
Yeah, things got hangry. It was wild. But the best part is we did it, and I look back on it as something I'm happy we did.
And there were some clips.
Yep. There were some clips. There were some battles. There were some fights over clips. People stepping on toes. I mean, we brought 11 people in to Argentina.
That's wild.
Yeah. 11 people came to Argentina to film. And then they had their crew. So when we're traveling, it was like 18 people.
I was going to say 11 is like 2.5 times the size of an ideal winch crew, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So you have 18. That's like 4 different winch crews.
It was unbelievable, dude. It was like, yeah, it was crazy. And for the most part, it went as far as like getting clips and like everybody being happy with it. It was good, but there was some clashing that happened for sure. And just some big dogging that happened that was just like absurd. And it's like, oh, so-and-so did this. I'm going to do this with a 180 or whatever. It was just weird shit that like we don't really have to deal with our crew. So,
well, it's the crew is like the homies. It's supposed to be helping each other up, not trying to one up each other.
Yeah. So there's a couple explosions and battles and people ready to kill each other, but
made it out alive.
We all made it out. It was tough. I think a lot of us had to talk a lot of other ones of us off the ledge a few times. I know I had a full meltdown at one point. We pulled up to this spot, and on the maps, it looked like the most epic winch spot you could ever show up to. It's like there's like an elevated canal that like dropped into a bank, and then there's a spillway under a bridge next to that canal. It was like there's like 10 lines just on Google Street View, and we got there and there's like barely any water trickling down. I think I ended up doing like frontside wall ride back one into the bank. But when we got there and I saw it, because like the whole time we're going spot after spot after spot. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. We're driving all over the country. So many people have already freaked out, melted down. And we pull up, and this is the spot the whole time. I'm like, at least we haven't seen this spot yet, because when we get there, this is the spot.
Light at the end of the tunnel.
Like
this is the one.
We could film a whole movie at this spot. And we pull up, and there's like no fucking water. And I'm just like
deflated.
And this is after so many weeks or whatever. We were there for a month, so it was like a long time.
Yeah. I didn't know it was a whole month.
Yeah. So we were there for so long, and I just like freaked out. I was just like, fuck, and like grabbed my skateboard and just like left. I just like took off into the city, and I was just like, I don't even know where I went. I just like was in a park crying, like literally just like hands in my face, on my face, just like crying. And I don't know who, Derry or somebody came and found me and was like, yo, it's okay, we're gonna figure this out. But I was just like defeated, dude, because it was just so hard. No food. We're literally taking a tarp. We'd make these burrito tent or taco tent, and we would take a tarp, hang it from the trees, go like this, and then make it flat, and we'd all sleep in the corner of this tarp. And that was how we would camp. But we had to do it to hit spots, because they had sick ass places for us to stay, but they're all in like party towns and at party places, and there's like no fucking spots there. So it's like, how are we gonna film a winch movie if we're like just stuck at this hostel in this town that has 0 winch spots? The closest one's 8 hours away. So it was rough, but we survived. We all came back. Everybody was like, y'all look like skeletons. Like, we were skin and bones when we came back. It was insane.
Rough trip.
It was tough.
Go back there and ride some full-size cables. That sounds fun.
For a fun trip, it sounds sick. I love all my Argentinian friends. I would love to ride cables there and have a good time. But winching, I will not do that again.
Fair enough. Let's talk trilogy. So this isn't a specific question on anything you did in that movie, but spinning off of a kicker or spinning onto a rail versus spinning off of a rail. I feel like a lot of people, most wakeboarders haven't winched. So they don't maybe fully understand the difference in difficulty level of spinning from a winch kicker onto a rail versus just spinning from a rail onto the water. Maybe, I don't know, kind of enlighten some people on that a little bit, because in the third one you did do, I think it was cab 2. I mean, you did a couple, but yeah, you did cab 2 onto, I think it's a spot around here, Valdosta spot. It's like a ledge that went out or whatever.
The brick ledge? Oh, yeah.
Not the brick ledge.
The concrete ledge.
Concrete ledge, yeah. And that was just one that stuck out in my mind because it was like a textbook.
Yeah.
2-7, so.
Okay. Yeah, winching is not the same as cable. With the electric winch, it's very
very similar. Yeah.
It's a lot more relatable, but there's so much more involved in, first of all, just trying to do it, but you're not getting picked up. Even if you have a high pull, like if you think of a cable pulling you and you hit a kicker, you're on one length rope the whole time. So even if you go up really high, you're getting set back down. Whereas on a winch, even if you're getting pulled up high, when you're trying to get set back down, you're still getting pulled up and away. So you don't get that same pillow landing on anything, really. But yeah, so you said you wanted to know spinning off of a kicker onto a ledge and then off of a...
Just the difference between spinning on a rail and spinning off a rail.
Okay. So, yeah, spinning on a rail is a lot more, it takes a lot more guts, I think, to do on a winch. because when you get on the rail, all you have to do is finish the rail. When you're getting onto the rail, there's a lot like winching. Or ledge, I guess you should say. A rail is a little less.
I guess feature,
ledge, whatever. On a metal rail, it's still scary. But if you're hitting like a concrete ledge or a brick ledge or wood ledge on a winch, there's something that could catch you almost all the time. So when you're spinning onto it, to be able to like tee it up and not catch, or like not be afraid to catch, is way more difficult than just like getting on and spinning off. But both on a winch are way harder than on a cable. I mean, it's totally different. Same, but different. But yeah, it's like when I'm winching, I'm just trying, when we're filming for winching, I'm trying to like check all the boxes of, you know, what I've already filmed, trying to get, you know, I always try to have like a switchback lip. Always try to have, you know, different like hard way, same way, or hard way twos, bagel, pretzels, like literally try to even everything out and get as much of everything as I can. But when you're hitting the spots, you can't always like dictate what you do sometimes. You
gotta let the spot kind of guide you to what you're gonna do.
Yeah. Like today I was trying one trick. I tried it a bunch of times and thought I was trying the easier version. And then by the end of it, I tried what I thought would be much harder, landed it first try. And then I was only doing the easier one because I didn't want to get smoked. And then I finally was like, this isn't working. Let me try this other one, and ended up doing it first try. So like sometimes a spot just like tells you what to do.
Yeah.
But whereas like cable, you kind of know what you're getting into.
And you can make stuff happen on cable.
For sure.
Like, I mean, you watch riders pull shit out of thin air. Cross is one of them. You just pull it out of thin air, dude. Like,
oh, yeah.
Dude, I didn't have it, but
you're like, what? Yeah, watching cross is insane. Or filming cross, it's like, what are you going to do? He's like, I don't know. And then he just does like the most insane thing you've ever seen. But yeah, I think that the cable winch, it's like the difference is really with the cable, you can use that upward pull. And when you ride cable a lot, you don't even realize like how often you utilize that like lift. Like it's like doing this with the handle, where on the winch, you cannot do that. Even if you have the upward pull, there's more torque kind of going up because it's pulling you from there versus you lifting and being set back down, like I was saying with the like set rope length on a cable. So I think just like that torque and everything makes it so much harder. And I'm not saying that people who only ride cable like are bitches or something, but like if you only ride cable, you're really just practicing. And that's not just a hot take. That's just a true thing. Because if you only ride park on a snowboard, you're kind of just practicing. If you only ride park on a skateboard, you're just kind of practicing. Like you don't see full parts unless it's a park edit. You don't see a full part in a park generally on any other board sport. But in wakeboarding, how many have you seen this year that are full parts that are all park?
I really haven't seen that many full parts in general. So
That's
I would
true.
say that's kind of an
I
issue
guess I
in
shouldn't
and
say
of itself.
this year. I should say in general. And I'm not hating on them because a lot of them are super impressive and like crazy riding. But you should also take it to the streets because that's, I'm not asking you to do like a double flip onto a handrail in the streets, but like
Just do a frontside lip slide.
Just do a frontside lip slide.
Yeah.
That's right, dude.
You got to get a winch. That is the thing that people often forget. I do agree that it is practice in a sense that like, I mean, and you might be practicing for a contest. If you're a contest rider, you ride park, that's what you do. That's your thing. And we need that. I love that. That's great.
Yeah.
It's part of the sport. But winching is the hardest. Wakeboarding has the hardest street discipline of all of them.
For sure.
It's not even
For sure.
close. It's really not even close. Like,
Yeah.
but it is some of the coolest, gnarliest stuff you'll ever see. Is in, all three of them. I guess they're not. Skating is obviously the most gnarly, but
Right.
say that. But like, you know what I mean. So it's
The
like
spectacle of it is what makes it so gnarly.
Yeah.
Because it's like people just don't look at a dam in the river and be like, oh, somebody could jump down that. Like you see a staircase, even somebody who doesn't follow skating knows people jump down stair sets.
yeah.
So it's not like a knock on it, but it's like the spectacle of it is like almost like awe-inspiring.
Yeah,
to
like,
normal
holy
people.
shit,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't know that was a water ski. What is he doing on that thing? That's crazy.
Yeah,
Pretty much. So
but keep practicing for sure. I mean, like, or make your park edits, but when you call it a full part, just call it a park edit, and then whatever. I don't really give a shit. Do your thing. Do your thing.
we're just in the mind of Quinn Silvernale. Right
I'm
now.
just
That's
saying,
it. That's
from
where
my
we're at.
perspective, that's what it is. And I ride a lot of park. I film park, and I'll put out some edits, but I won't. If I put out a park edit, it'll be a park edit. It won't, it's all park is practicing for the streets in every other board sport. So that's how I kind of view it. Or practicing for a contest, which is in a park. There's nothing wrong with that either.
Yeah. Because a lot of the wakeboarding everybody does is at a park. Makes
For
sense. So speaking of parks and rails and winching and stuff, what do you think about people who call homemade rails or VWC in general sketchy?
I hate that shit. I hate that shit. We put everything we possibly can into building safe features. We've been doing this since 2011 and earlier, if you're counting gravity days. And we've figured out what's sketchy, and we've figured out how to remedy it. We use a plastic welder. Of course, there's sketchy things. If you're going to slide across the grass, you're being sketchy. If you're going to do the 2.0, yeah, it's a little sketchy if you're going to do something sketchy. But like, if you have a plan, it's not sketchy. If you're talking to your operator, it's not sketchy. The full cable, it's not sketchy. If you're just sending it, that's sketchy. But when you just call the features or the park sketchy, that is offensive. I don't know. We literally have so much time that we've put into making these features with no screws that you're going to slide across. We plastic weld everything or real weld everything. Of course, there's going to be a way to fall on any feature that could hurt you. Have you ever been to a skate park or a snow park where you just couldn't get hurt? That's just how it is. Board sports are sketchy. So to me, it's just find a better word for it, I guess, or like just say I was being sketchy or whatever. It's just really, really offensive when people just generalize because we build our own stuff. It's sketchy because I would say that we're the best in the business at building our own stuff, not sketchy, because that's literally all we try to do all the time since 2011. Right?
Yeah, it's a long time.
I think so.
And the whole sketchy thing is like, you can get yourself messed up on any form of rail. It doesn't matter if it's homemade or not. I've seen plenty of people get messed up on, manufactured pre-made rails.
Same.
And that's not anything against the rail. The rail was built perfectly fine.
Yeah.
It's the rider who had no idea what they were doing. And that's going to happen everywhere, all the time in life.
Yeah. Every sport, every board sport too. Like, how many times you see the ski patrol pull into the snow park, on a daily basis?
Kid didn't know what he was doing.
Nonstop.
Yeah.
You hit a handrail, you slipped off early, you reached out to try to grab the snow, you popped your shoulder out. I mean, what are you going to do? That's just how it goes. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things that's pretty tired to me is when people say, oh, it's so sketchy out here. It's like, you think I want to hear you call my place sketchy, and I literally have spent thousands of hours with all the people here trying to build all this stuff as not sketchy as possible. We plastic weld everything. How many people in the world plastic weld? Probably a lot, but not many that you know.
Not people that wakeboard.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, we have gotten I would say pretty damn good at what we're doing. So if you think it's sketchy, come out and find out for yourself how sketchy it is. And you don't have to hit anything. That's the beauty. That's the beauty of it. You can just ride the water. And that's what I tell people who are like, I don't know if I can hit any of these ramps out here. Like, just don't.
They're not mandatory.
Just learn how to ride the board first. You can't ride a ramp without knowing how to ride the board.
Yeah.
So,
Amen to that. So I think we can finish up with some Patreon questions here. I got a couple other things too to talk about, but so we got one from Cole Vanhoff, and we weren't going to skip this. We weren't going to skip over this one here. This is a huge moment in your career. He wants you to talk about the Atlanta Boat Show flood.
The Atlanta Boat Show, 2011. Never heard of it.
Yeah, because I have. I saw a couple news articles about it, actually.
Did you?
Yeah, it reads, Quinn Silvernale destroys Atlanta Boat Show.
Well, I guess I have to talk about it because I got to correct the narrative here.
Perfect.
So, yeah, this was really one of the worst, at that point, worst day of my life. Worst.
Really?
I mean,
2011, yeah.
like, other than, like, deaths and stuff.
Sure.
Worst day of my life.
Yeah, things that happened to you or your that people aren't people dying.
So, Chris Moore and I were riding for this company, Mountain Wake. It was a cable park in North Georgia. And the guy who owned it hired us, which we rode there, so we were like friends or whatever. He hired us to build the indoor wake park at the boat show. I'm trying to think of how he got that idea. So Distortion, the winch company, used to host the indoor thing. And this was during the time of when like the 2.0 is taken off and all that. And the Mountain Wake company had a 2.0 that we used to ride at. You may have seen videos from up there or not, but the guy who originally owned it, he was pretty stoked on it. He didn't really wakeboard. I think he blew his knee the day they installed his cable, so I don't think I ever saw him ride.
That's tragic.
Yeah. But it was, to be fair, it was probably doing something he had no business doing.
Being sketchy.
Yeah, being sketchy. Yeah. So he hired us to build this indoor wake park at the boat show, and he got everything together, got the funding together to get Sessi Tech to, because they used to like rent, they might still like rent a 2-tower for events. I don't know. It's like $10,000 or something like that for a weekend, something like that. You just rent.
Do that for 4 weekends. You're set 5 weekends.
Yeah. So he pays them to come up with a 2-tower, and we had to build the wakeboard stuff, all of it, and platforms to hold, because so there's going to be pools, 2 pools. We told them how big they had to be, 100 by 100, 2 100 by 100 pools. And we were going to build a setup in between and stalls on the end. This had never been done before, like where you'd stop and go without
like a pad that you're dedicated to stopping at.
Like incline wedges. We put indoor-outdoor carpet on them with like a stall.
Oh, you mean stall. So it's like a rock to fakie type situation. Right?
Yeah,
gotcha.
But like not aggressive, like you could just not make it to the top and still be standing on it. So then it would just pull you. Kind of like when we do stalls stop on the grass at the park.
Okay.
Where you just like wait. But you could still, we made it so you could do like rock to fakies. And there's like one on the beginning end, and then on the other end there's like one normal one, I think, and then one that was like carpet. Then there's like a tube in the middle, so you could like go up, and then when it pulls you back, hop onto a down tube to start back up. So it was like kind of creative little stall things. So we built those for I want to say it was 2 or 3, maybe, I don't know, 1 to 3 months. I don't remember now. But we lived in Wes Bearden's warehouse. And Wes was he was a sponsor of this event, because we at some point during this, we were like, maybe this takes off and we can like kind of, this was before the cable was going to be a thing for sure. So we were like, maybe our business can be kind of like pop-up events similar to Step Up. We had quoted with Step Up on how to like possibly do something bigger and better than what they were doing, which is essentially kind of the same thing they do now with like that trailer thing.
Yeah.
Which is cool, but we wanted to do something that was more like back and forth and like the setup needed to be better. So we built this setup over like a couple months or whatever, living in Wes's warehouse where I used to live anyway. Learned how to weld to do this. We built these huge metal racks. We designed this whole thing, Chris and I, to like slide into these like 2x2 tubes, square tubes. So it would be like, I guess the pools were, this tall. So there had to be a platform, and then all the features went on top of the platform or were built higher than the platform. So we had like a full setup that we built that was mostly metal racks, huge wall ride, and a couple rails, corrugated tube, stalls on each end. And we didn't build these pools, but we told him the sizes he needed to get. So he ordered these pools, got all the credentials from the companies that made the pools. And whenever we put it all up, we rode it for like 3 days, and it was before the boat show started. And it was working better than we ever thought. It was spectacular. And Pat Panakos is calling Nate and all the projects boys and everybody like, you guys need to come to Atlanta now. This is about to be the first indoor wake park that you can go back and forth on without stopping. Like, I mean, stopping, but without like really stopping. And so it was like crazy. To me, it was like, holy shit, this is about to be our dream come true.
Next big thing.
Because like at that point, Chris and I, we'd been doing our thing. In our minds, we're like grinding our ass off and never getting any recognition. But really, we just weren't doing, like I said, I don't like to watch any videos from before the coalition, because like 25 of the same trick in the same video. Like, it's just didn't quite, almost got it.
You kind of came full circle though with
Didn't
that
quite
thinking
get it.
process, right?
Yeah.
So there you go.
So this was happening, and we're like, couldn't believe it was working as good as we expected. It's like better. And it was usually some shit fails when we do it, So it was like working out great. And so yeah, the day of the first day of the boat show, morning of, we had to get there early because the news was coming and they wanted to shoot the wakeboard thing. Classic news thing.
Talked to Kyle
just
Alberts
like Kyle
about
Alberts.
this.
So, yeah. So we're riding and everything goes great with the news. They put their cameras up. I'm like, let's just keep ripping. This is sick as fuck. I'm riding inside the Georgia World Congress Center right now, and it's sick. I'm going to keep going. So end up like hitting the wall at one point, and I fall. I don't remember what I did or anything. And I fall, and I'm like, take my board off, waiting for it to float up, just kind of like staring at the ceiling or something, just waiting. And I just hear this like clang, and I'm like, And I turn around, and all the water is rushing out of the pool that I'm in. And the side of the pool had just fallen over, and it's like, I can't remember how much now, but I think it was like over 100,000 gallons of water, and it just like flooded the whole Georgia World Congress Center. And I tried to I instinctually ran out, and like, we have a bunch of homies there. So I'm thinking, if everybody grabs this fucking pool, we can lift this up. I grab it. I look at everybody else, and they're just like, and I'm like, come on. And nobody even moved. So it was too late. Like, I still think if like
I don't know, dude.
There's like
so
15 people over there, like for sure, dude. We could have lifted that thing.
It was where the trial was. The worst thing that happened. You get wet.
Yeah, exactly.
You're already wet. So
I was wet. I was good to go. Everybody else was just like jaw on the floor, tripping.
you had your water pants on. You're all set.
Yeah, I think I had a wetsuit, no pants. No water pants at that time. Maybe though. I don't know.
Okay, so we got a pool full of 100,000 gallons, approximately, rushing out into a boat show.
Yeah.
And what's the fallout of this
So
flood?
a couple boats got pushed off. They put them on like rubber stands that are like this big, you know?
Oh yeah.
It's like, what are you putting like $100,000 boat on like a beer box?
Because it works. Because it works when you assholes don't wakeboard inside and flood this shit.
You're right about that. So this one company, like right before, they'd seen us practicing on the setup and was like, damn, we want to like buy some booth space right next to that wakeboard park because that shit's sick. So they moved 2 boats there like the day before. So those boats got pushed off those stands because the initial wave hit them.
The tsunami came
like, it like fucked up their boats. And then, yeah, like after that, it just like got everything wet. Pat and I think Yergi were like freaking out about the power, obviously, because of the 3-phase to the cable. Like, cut the power! Like Yergi's like screaming, Pat's like screaming. So they cut the power, luckily, before it got to those outlets. And yeah, it was like, oh my God, dude, it was so bad. I'm going back down the road right now. It's like, it was so wild, dude. So it like rolled up a bunch of the carpet, not a big deal, but the news video, which you may have seen, is like, they had put their cameras away and they're probably 50 yards from the park when it happened, and they must have been like, who? And like pulled their camera out and turned, and like the video's like literally just like this wave that's like this big that's just like rolling through and like rolling up some carpet, like some boat show carpet or whatever. And they're like, the way they portrayed it on the internet or on like the news was like huge flood, like people are floating through the World Congress Center. It was just such a huge thing. And we're just devastated, dude. It was like, to me at that point, it was about to be kind of like a breakthrough moment. And it ended up being a huge disaster. And people were pointing at me being like, I literally had a fucking asshole guy be like, that's the guy. He fell on the corner of the pool and broke it. And I didn't. Like, I truly just landed in the middle of the pool, fell, and nothing had happened. And I guess my wave from falling, like, pushed the thing over. Anyway, it was crazy. And this is, the Georgia World Congress Center is connected to the CNN Center, which is a huge, like, facility in Atlanta. And so, first of all, every single person I know is calling me because they were all hyped up because they had all heard about this wakeboard show. And whether they knew I was involved or not, they're like, hey, have you heard of the wakeboard? Hey, did you hear about the flood at the Georgia World Congress Center? It's like, literally, like, my phone is ringing off the hook because this is like my hometown, you know, like just Atlanta area. So I'm just like, turn the phone off, and there's a crew of us too. It wasn't just me and Chris, but we had like the homies, like a bunch of homies who helped us do it, you know, like at least put it together and like assemble it. So we were like, whatever, let's just go get some lunch. It's fucked. Like, let's go get some lunch at the CNN Center or whatever, because it's attached, so we didn't have to really leave, but we could kind of go through the tunnel thing to get there. We go in the CNN Center, and they have a screen that's like 4 movie theater screens in one, and it's just like international news. Flood at the Georgia World Congress Center, boat show. Like, oh my God, dude. It was just like we couldn't get away from it, you know? It's like, I'm leaving my phone over here. Let's go get some lunch, because everyone's calling me like, is this for real? You know, like even my homies who known me, they're like, this isn't real, right? I just heard it on the radio. Or like, it's like everybody heard it from somewhere else. So yeah, it was a shit show. And it turned out that there was a bunch of lawsuits filed.
I mean, yeah, I was going to ask about that.
Yeah, so the guy who hosted it, or the guy who hired, I'm not even going to say that anymore, the guy who made us make this, he was getting sued, understandably upset. But the forensic investigators had determined that the pools he bought, the company that built them had lied about all their certifications, and they'd sent them all in like emails and stuff. So that company ended up getting sued. And
wow, so nobody that was involved really was at fault. It was the company that created this thing.
Yeah, the pools. Yeah. So yeah, like we got a bunch of the blame, and yeah, I was at like a Surf Expo party years later, or a year or two later, and it was after party. I think it was at Shane's or something like that. And fucking Dano came up to me, and he pulled me aside and basically like lectured me for a long time about how I shouldn't have not used Step Up Productions, and like we ruined the entire like pop-up wakeboard thing. Like basically it was our fault that like pop-up wakeboard things couldn't happen anymore. And it was just like so frustrating to sit there and listen, because I couldn't really be a dick, and I don't want to be a dick, but I was just like, dude, like that was the worst day. At that point, that was the worst day of my life. You don't have to make me feel any worse about it. I promise it was worse for me than it was for you. And it was like, you know, we're all at Surf Expo drinking. He's drunk, so he's just going on and on and on about this whole situation. I'm sure it affected him and sucked, but to me, I'm like, dude, I know, I get it.
You're rubbing salt in the wound.
Yeah,
like, I got it.
I got it. Like,
I was there.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I hurt your feelings, but mine were hurt worse.
Trust me, it was worse for me. Okay,
for sure. So yeah, that really sucked. And yeah, I mean, it's a great story now. It still sucks to think about, because it really was cool. Like, it would have, if it didn't end that way, it would have been just as impactful had it gone off without a hitch, I think, in like wakeboarding.
Because you think it would have been replicated several times over, all over the place. And
yeah,
because it's such a good, because it works so well. Because you said it was 3 days of just ripping it. Like,
yeah, it was super sick, dude. It was like the way that it was the first time anybody put like the carpet on, the indoor-outdoor carpet on anything. And that was like the perfect consistency for like going up, slid enough, but also had enough friction to stop. And you could just stand there and then wait for it. It was just like grass, you know? So it just worked out super good. And like I said, like Pat was calling everybody, like, you have to come up here. And that was like the indicator to me. 'Cause like growing up, you know, Pat being the rail guy he was, it was like, damn,
this guy knows.
This guy thinks this is sick. Just like I said with Nate telling me you should go to France. It's like, if this guy is validating it, it's legit. You know, it's like, this is a legend and
stamp of approval
rail stuff. So yeah, it was definitely one of those moments that it could have been just as impactful if it went off without a hitch as it was with the way it went. But
Who knows? We might not have Valdosta Wake Compound if that happened. You never know.
For sure. We would probably still, because I don't know what pop-up rail jams. But at the time, we were just looking for anything, you know? It was like, what are we going to do after college? And we don't want to stop this.
All right, so we got a couple. I got 2 more Patreon questions before we wrap this up. And I've gotten several of these ones. This one's from Flippy Spinny. So I'm not quite sure who that is. But and a couple other people were wondering the same thing. Did becoming a dad change your approach to wakeboarding or your style of riding, i.e. risk assessment?
Yeah, I would say risk assessment. It definitely changed my risk assessment. It just like, you think about it a little more. It didn't change my style of riding really, and not even really in the park, just like with winching. It definitely has. I just don't like today. It wasn't because I was a dad. It was actually because it was kind of fucking scary. But like, I don't know. It's just like you really think about how just if you get hurt, how it could affect the things with like taking care of your kid and your wife and stuff, and like the combination of the two, you know? So it definitely affects the risk assessment, but it also kind of gives you a little more fire too, because it's like, I need to keep doing this as long as I can to be able to like provide for my family as well. So it's kind of like a give and take there. Like you really think about the risk assessment and like what's worth it. Like, for example, the spot we hit today, a couple days ago we went there and the water was moving dangerously fast, but like maybe not too fast to where you wouldn't die, but
it's hairy. Really hairy, yeah.
And so when we were looking at it, like Cross was pretty much ready to go, and I was like, I'm not hitting it like this. Like, I would rather have a bigger drop with less moving water than hit it where I don't know what's going to happen when I get in the water with a board on my feet. So there's definitely that risk assessment. But then today we hit it and all clipped up, and it was great because the water wasn't rushing. But that day we made the call not to hit it, and it was the right call. Like, when we left, you know, everybody agreed that us not hitting it that day was the better call. But it's a spot that the water fluctuates. So you can hit it high and the water is moving, or low and the water is not moving. And the water was in between today, so it wasn't really moving fast at all. But that day it was going fast. Like, we had a safety rope tied across the whole thing, and Cross was holding on to it to test it with no board, and that alone looked exhausting. And it could have been a lot more dangerous than it needed to be. You know?
And a board in current, for those who have never swam with a board on in a current, it's like a sail.
Yeah.
It just takes you.
It's got to be
Fast.
at least your own body weight, I'm guessing. I'm no scientist, but like it's got to be at least double your body weight when you have a board on in a current, you know, and a lot of current. It was moving. So, yeah, I mean, maybe like a person or like a younger me who doesn't have a kid or as much to lose is not thinking about that, and we send it that day. But you definitely think about it more, for sure.
Yeah, because right now you got 2 dads, you and Wes, I mean, and Cino's out there too. So it's like, you know, three of you guys out there who have
3 parents
people we've created that are, you know,
yeah.
So pretty wild to think about. But that's a good kind of perspective on that.
I think it's good though. Like, it still gives you the fire. Like, you know, there's been a few times where I'm like about to hit a spot, and like I think about my daughter, like, just as like inspiration, you know, like it's cheesy, I guess, but I'm like, it's like I'm doing this for her, so let's fucking do it type of thing.
Yeah.
You know? Like, in a way I am, because this is part of my livelihood, like doing this stuff. So try to do the best you can, but also not try to be an idiot.
Yeah, you got to walk the line.
Yeah.
You find the line, you walk it. Yeah. All right, we got one last Patreon question from Luke Griffin, LG. Who had the better play? Randy Moss's lateral to Mo Williams with 5 seconds left in the half against the Broncos, or me, Luke Griffin, catching your cell phone from the sky on a jet ski? I can answer that, but I'll let you answer it.
I mean, LG, like, you're my dog, but I would say, I have to say Randy Moss to Mo Williams, dude. But that was a great play, dude. It was a big catch. But
you phone? What's the situation with the phone?
I was stuck on the cable tower. Had my phone in my pocket. The only way down was down, and so I had to get rid of the phone. So he pulled up on the jet ski, and I dropped it down to him. He snatched it. Perfect catch. It was an ultimate trust exercise. But if it meant that Randy Moss doesn't do that lateral to Mo Williams and I never got to see that, I'd let the phone go.
Yeah, phone's fair enough. Replaceable.
Yeah.
That backwards pass, not replaceable.
Yeah, that was unbelievable.
So you didn't think about doing a jump off the tower and then halfway down you kind of lob it up?
No.
That'd been pretty sick.
To him, or just
I don't know,
or
just in general.
I thought of all of it in the situation.
Everything. Can I make it to shore with the throw?
I thought of it all. I was in a bad spot, but yeah, no, that was the move for sure. But LG, he actually, fun fact, played like semi-pro football.
Really?
Yeah, homeschooled, never played real football in his life, and then wanted to play some football. Worked his way through the ranks quickly, ended up playing like some semi-pro and arena, I think.
That's wild. Yeah. I didn't know that. I'm just thinking, what tower were you on? Motor tower?
In between them.
Oh, you're on the cable.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were on a tower. Oh,
I'm not trying to set a bad influence here.
No, never mind. Because I was going to say you could get a shoelace tied around your phone and then have it sent down
on like a guide wire or something.
Yeah. If there's some reason you couldn't get down, I don't know.
This was I was in the middle.
Different situation. Okay. Let's talk the future here. So what gets you hyped on wakeboarding right now?
I guess just people trying to think outside the box, not just like doing what's kind of expected, I guess, Winching, obviously. Winching's awesome. Never gets old to me. Not just the stuff that we do, but that stuff always gets me hyped. The VWC vibes, building stuff and hitting it and filming it. I guess I would have to say just like we need more originality, and like what I'm not hyped on is just going to a park and doing tricks on all the normal stuff that's just normal. I don't know. Like, hacking's cool, but like I want something different. I want more stuff. Like, there's only so much hacking that people can do at each park, and I've seen most of them. I don't know. There needs to be more. There needs to just be more. Like, think about snowboarding and skateboarding. Think about how many different things there are. You can't just be like, this is that setup. This is that setup. It's like so much stuff you've never seen, or ways to do something that's brand new. We just need to do more of that. Like, everybody's just so, like we talked about at the very beginning, everybody's just so settled into what they do. And like, I don't know. I just want to see more creativity, and not just in the riding, like creativity in how you approach it, how you do it. Like, if you don't have the opportunity to like build something or do something original, add a cable, just like these, okay, this is totally off topic. but kind of on topic. These dudes who used to come to the park from Florida, they literally had an excavator and a golf cart. They made a Space Tapes, actually. And they're brothers. One's older than the other. And they just dug ponds in their backyard and would just ride behind their golf cart. And they built like a sick ass wake park in their backyard, just pulled with their golf cart, or like side by side or whatever. It's like just more shit that's not everywhere. Like everything is everywhere in wakeboarding. Like everybody's doing 270s, everybody's doing 450s on all the same shit. It's just like, just come up with something new. I don't know. It's hard. I know that's like more of like what I'm not stoked on, but when I do see the stuff I am stoked
that's what you are stoked on.
It makes it better for sure. But
yeah,
I just want there to be more of it. Like I said from the beginning, is I thought that more people would follow suit with what we did with the 2.0 and stuff in cable.
I wish they would, but I'm not surprised they haven't.
Yeah. At the time, I would have been surprised that they hadn't.
Yeah.
But now I'm definitely not.
Yeah.
I thought this was like the future, but.
And it is in the sense of like the progression of riding and the tricks that can go down, but the future of like cable parks as a business, probably not. Like maybe, you know, here and there for sure, but like I don't think Valdosta Wake Compound would work where Action Wake Park is. Maybe, but I don't think it would work I don't know. I don't think it'd work wherever all the cables are.
I think it could do better where Action is.
That maybe wasn't a great example.
Because
it wasn't a great example. Yeah.
Slope style?
You're right. But my point is bigger. I feel like not every park can be Valdosta. And I don't want every park to be Valdosta. But I think what you're saying is you want more parks to just be different. Not in a Valdosta way, like in just whatever way that they are going to do it. And it's, I think, a good mix of manufactured versus
for sure
stuff you do on your own. And you don't have to do crazy stuff on your own.
It's not even just that. Yeah. Like it's not even just that. Like some of these parks in Germany have like full manufactured pool gaps that are super sick, but you just have to do something different. It's like, I don't know. You should be very conscious of the features you're buying and where they exist elsewhere, even if they're in another country, because why wouldn't you want people from that park in another country to come to your park? And if you're a rider from another country or another park and you're going to other parks that have the exact same features as your park, you're blowing it too. Like, we have people who come to Valdosta. This is one of my biggest pet peeves, who will be like, oh, I almost got my chromobe, or I almost landed a chromobe off the kicker, or name that trick, whatever. And I'm like, oh, sick, dude, you almost got it. Like, what's going on? Like, let me tell you, let me give you some tips.
I see? Yeah.
And they're like, oh, like I can do it at my park all the time. And I'm like, okay, why are you wasting your time doing a chromobe off of the kicker when you can do it already? Like, go hit something you've never hit before. This is how wakeboarders think. Not all of them, but it is a mindset. It's like, I'm learning a new trick today on your kicker that's just like all the other kickers, even though maybe a little different, but I can still do it at other parks. But to me, it's a new trick. It's just, I don't know. It's just
I've never understood the kicker thing. That's the one thing I don't understand at all. Is like, there's kickers at every park, and like if you want to practice kickers, like do it at your home park where you feel comfortable. That's fine. But like if there's a new rail that's like even just a little bit different than the ones that is at my normal park, like I'd much rather use my energy on hitting the new thing, than hitting the kicker again. But I do want to push back on. I don't know if I fully agree on what you're saying about when you're buying features at a park. I don't think you should think at all really about what features other parks have. I think you should think about what features work best for your local environment and the people that are actually going to give you money. Because Valdosta is different because I think you guys make a lot more money than other parks on traveling crowds. But if I'm looking at the park that I grew up at, or Action or West Rock or any of these other parks that I know of, the needle is not getting moved by people traveling to those parks. The needle is getting moved by the people in the local area. So I would absolutely just focus on that.
You need the combination. You want the timeless beginner features, and then you want the unique features that nobody else has that everybody can hit. The locals aren't going to be upset if you have a sick-ass feature that's nowhere else in the world that they can work up to or hit right away. But you also want people who come from out of town, or you want people to be like, oh, that park has that feature that I've been dying to hit. Now I want to go there just for one feature even. To me, that's every park should strive. There is a middle for sure. Like, I agree what you're saying.
I just think that if you're getting pre-manufactured rails, like, you're probably not going to find that. So you're going to have to find that with creating something on your own, I think.
For sure. Well, maybe I shouldn't say in the world. I should say in the local to national area. Like,
yeah, realistic travel zones.
There's a lot of, it'd be almost impossible to not overlap with international, but within the U.S., there's a lot of overlap.
Do you think people travel to cables based on their features?
They should.
I don't think they do.
Because everybody's got the same shit.
Do you think so? I don't think so. I go
close enough.
When I was at Action, I mean, I guess you could compare. Would you say
how many unit pipes are there? Well, every park?
I think every park should have a unit pipe,
or they should have a corrugated.
Well, same thing. Yeah. Well, no, I think you should have a unit pipe.
Well, I mean, the unit pipe is sick, but like every park.
Yeah, I think every park should have a unit pipe. Just like every snowboard train park should have a perfect down bar.
Yeah. I mean, I like the unit pipe. That was just my example. But I'm just saying, like, I'm sure, like, unit has the slappy pipes. There's, like, so many options besides the exact same one. Get the different elbow connectors. You can still hit it as a pipe. You can hit it as an elbow. There's a lot of options, but everybody just does the same thing. Everybody sees the park that they saw and says, I want that too. And it's not just unit, it's just in general. Like, it's just the less creative, I think, approach. And it's not, I'm not trying to say there's anything wrong with getting the timeless beginner stuff. Like, I agree, the unit pipe is spectacular. Love it. It's sick. But if everybody gets all the same stuff, that's one feature. So what's the next feature that everyone should have? Incline?
I think there's like a small handful of features that every park should have.
But then where's the line of
Well, I think it pretty much stops at the unit pipe. Like, I think it's like you have like a mini ground box, you have an incline, you have your kickers, you have a unit pipe. After that, I mean, what else are the building blocks of like riding? A transfer, a somewhat
transfer,
mellow transfer.
But you should get the transfer that's not the same as everybody else.
Yeah, I agree. And then after that, I think the progression curve after that is like, okay, do something completely different. Like, because all your riders can now build their fundamental building blocks on all these things.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
Those are the timeless beginner features.
And that's like 4 or 5 features we're talking. Plus your kickers. I wouldn't even count kickers of those. Like, I think those are just.
But then 4 or 5 features plus kickers, and you've almost got a full park.
I was including kickers. So you got your transfer, you got your flat box thing, you got your pipe and incline. So that's 4. Plus your 2 kickers, that's 6. At some parks, that is close to a full park.
It's close to a full park at some parks. I'm just saying there needs to be more variety out there. Not of different, like, homemade. I mean, homemade's insane because all parks used to be homemade. Yeah. I hate the term homemade. These aren't brownies. Like, we're literally constructing features. Like, hate it so much. But whatever. Every park used to be sketchy, homemade stuff with screws sticking out of it. I can't even tell you how many screws or pieces of plastic I used to catch. Every park was different. That was the reason I went to Texas. That was the reason I went to Florida, to every different park in Florida, was because everything was different. But if everything starts to become so similar, it's not worth traveling. And I know you're saying that not a lot of parks get the travelers, but Texas used to be popping, dude. Like, they had Wakesport Ranch. Do you remember that one? Wakesport Ranch? It was at an exotic car track, and it was insane. It was so sick. And then TSR had all homemade features. BSR had a lot of homemade features. And then I'm trying to remember if I went to any others. I know there's others, but there's one that was a 2.0 called like M2 or something like that. And they had like crazy like C bank turnaround wall that was homemade. Like literally a reason to go to every park. And we did when I was after college. Like, we went on a whole thing, and we went to all the parks in Texas just because they were all so different. So like, there is definitely a reason to,
I guess, but then why don't the Florida kids come up to, they do.
Because they don't care. Because they're in their complacency zone. But I'm just saying, if everything was like that, it would be different.
Yeah.
If every park was striving to be their own identity and like, not their own identity, that's like harsh, I guess, but it like they're striving to like create their own feature sort of vibe and not like crossing over so often with like what every park has, then it's not so like, there's a reason where it's like, this is like that, that's like this. Why would I go there? Because that's similar. These are too similar. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, but similarity just creates complacency, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
And we're in this world of like, nobody wants to do anything. So like, driving 3 hours is a mission for anybody. And when I came up, it was not like that. People like to watch people react to the comments that they make about them reacting to comments.
Don't get me started on that. Don't get me started on that. Do not get me.
I have to go there a little bit, dude. That's like the most insane thing ever.
Yeah, it's insane. It's wild. It's a terrible thing.
And that's a great way to talk about how people could be complacent, because that is literally the world we live in now.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, I can't answer why people don't want to travel, but I can say that that's what people want to do. So
you can kind of, what would make you travel to a park?
Just
ODUB. What would make you go down to take some laps at ODUB?
I mean, I would love to, but if I wasn't so busy with running a park, it'd be different.
Remove that from the equation.
If that wasn't part of the equation, I would probably have already gone down there to ride, just because it looks fun since they got new features and everything. I mean, I never didn't like ODUB.
I'm just using ODUB as an example.
I love the pool gap there, the down, flat, down, always been one of my faves.
Is that a double kink or a single kink, down, flat, down? Is a down, flat, down rail a double kink rail or a kink rail?
Does it depend on the top? It's a kink rail.
Okay, I agree.
Yeah.
Some people disagree, but I agree.
Yeah.
Some people call it a double kink.
I know they do that. But a double kink to me is two kinks.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
The one is the kink.
That's the kink is what it is.
I'm looking at the whole rail.
That's a kink
so
rail.
The flat is the whole kink in the long.
Yes, correct.
The long rail, right?
Yes, I feel that same way.
Yeah. But, yeah, I've heard this argument, but it's silly. It's super silly.
It is. It's a fun one, though.
But yeah, I love that rail, and the S rail looks fun. I haven't been there since the S rail's been there.
I wouldn't say I'm the biggest fan of that one.
Yeah,
it might be a personal thing. Me and that rail have.
I didn't
it's
like
like
the
me and
kicker
XL
in front
kickers.
of it.
Me and XL kickers. We don't have a great relationship either.
They're XL, dude.
Yeah, I don't need the X in front of it.
I'll just take the L.
Take the L because I'm taking L's on every XL. One more question before we wrap this up. Would you ever build or help build another wake park ever?
Yeah, I would. I'm currently involved in
A situation.
a situation.
Okay. Full size or?
Yeah.
Oh, that is the most exciting thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll leave it at that. How about
Yeah,
it? We'll get an update
I can't give.
when the update is due, huh?
I'll give you the location. Far, far away.
Oh.
In my German accent, but it's
Oh.
not in Germany.
Oh. That was a real. Dang, I thought it was in Germany after that.
No.
All right. In America?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll like it. You'll like where?
Wow.
Close. I mean,
Never mind. We'll just.
Similar.
I mean, can you talk about it or no? Or would you rather update later?
we'll update later.
Okay,
I
we'll
mean,
have you call in. And,
I could talk about it with you off air.
Sure. But we'll have you call in later on the podcast and give an update when the time is right.
Yeah.
All right. So we're wrapping this up. Anybody you want to thank? Anything else you want to touch on?
Oh, man. The list is endless, I would say. Definitely want to thank my mom and dad. They've always supported this, even though it's not always been easy. My wife and my daughter, China and Indy, they have been, well, I mean, obviously Indy's just a baby. But,
Wait a minute. Before you finish on these thanks,
yeah.
I asked you at the beginning of this podcast, favorite grab.
Oh, yeah.
And you went tail?
I went tail. Well,
Is that the next kid? Tail? Tail Silvernale?
yeah,
That's
I
actually,
guess-
that kind of rolls off
yeah.
the tongue.
I guess I could have I could have gone with Indy, but yeah.
You're kind of in hot water.
She's
right
my
now, if I'm
favorite.
being
She's
honest.
my favorite person. So
You're right. Much more than a grab.
much more
is your
than a
human
grab
that you created.
Exactly.
All right, continue.
Don't reduce my child to a grab. Yeah, it's China and Indy, and China has been able to deal with a lot with all this wakeboard stuff. You know, we've been together since before the 2.0 park opened, and she's had to deal with everything. So she has been a awesome human being and companion and wife. So very fortunate to be with her and to have this wonderful little baby. Obviously Luke and everybody that's ever been a part of VWC. That's going to be tough to name all the names. There's a lot. Let's say the whole Space Mob, Wes Jacobson, Cross Bearden, Darius Nebel, Cody Scaglia, so many. There's a lot in the Space Mob. Who am I missing?
Terry Bailey.
Terry
That's
Bailey.
a good
Oh
one.
my gosh. His name didn't get brought up enough in this podcast. What were we thinking? Terry, legend. I never told him to hit that fence again. That was misinformation. The boy's face was cracked in 14 places. How's he going to remember?
It was a little scrambled.
He was a little scrambled. How's he going to say that? I was not going to hit that switch toe side off the freaking dry pull. I said, what am I going to do? Hit it switch toe side? I'm done. Let's go get food. And also on Wes's podcast, the question was just a question. There was no lead. I wasn't trying to say anything specific on my call in.
Well, you fooled us.
I know. I should have told you ahead of time. Let's see. Let me get back in my thanks. Obviously, all my sponsors, Slingshot, Steez, Quint, Noble, Todd. We've been doing this thing for a long time. There's probably a couple stories that could have made it into this that we didn't have time to do. But Quint and Todd have been super sick all the time. We got Moto Winch, Unit. Who am I missing here? Space Mob. Oh, Ride Engine. Yep. I should have had my fingers out because I'm better with a number here. Obviously, Valdosta Wake Compound. I shouldn't have even tried to go down this road of naming anything.
I think that's just if you want to wrap it up, if you end with sponsors, that's like a...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Kinda
I just want to make sure I got them all.
Yeah.
The Grab Matters podcast for having me on.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I'm hooking you up with some stickers, dude.
That's right. Yeah, it's Wes Bearden, dude. Big ups, Wes Bearden. Thanks for everything. Wouldn't be here without him. And anybody else who's helped along the way, even if you just helped hold a camera for me or swing a hammer or step on a shovel, I appreciate it. You know who you are.
Love to hear it. Well, thanks a ton for coming on. This has been a blast. Far and away the longest we've recorded, and that was not surprising going into this. We both saw that coming.
We didn't even get close.
It could have gone way further.
But
that's the great thing about the podcast is there's always more.
There's always next time.
Another episode.
Part 2.
Yeah, we'll do another parts with this. It'll be beautiful. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe. If you're listening, make sure to rate 5 stars on Apple or Spotify. That helps out a ton. If you're interested in supporting the podcast, join the Patreon. It means a lot to me to help the podcast keep going. Thanks everyone. See you guys next time.